Okay. Hey guys, ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon from over here. You're welcome to today's live conversation. I am super excited. At the same time, whew, my heart is beating so fast because I have been praying since on Wednesday when I put out my video about this particular topic of conversation. I've been praying that God takes charge of today's conversation because I was going through the comment section of that video, over 600 comments, and oh my goodness, emotions are heavy, emotions are all over the place. And, I've already known that the conversation is really a difficult conversation to have, and it's also a really deep conversation to have. But I did not actually foresee that much venting, in the comment section. And it was almost like a tug of war, right between wrong. What will you define as right, and what will you define as wrong, right? If you're on this other side of the spectrum, what would you define as wrong, or would you accept what people think is right as wrong, and vice versa? So I knew that today's conversation was going to be heavy for a lot of people to swallow. It was going to be heavy, and it's going to be a difficult conversation to have. However, I want to plead with everybody that is going to be participating in this conversation today that listen, the essence of us having this conversation is to, have a common ground where we bear out our hearts, we educate one another, we bring enlightenment to one another, all right? We inform one another, and then we find a common ground to see how things can be better from here. More importantly, is also looking at our own role in our various societies. How do we encourage people around us to do better, especially with regards to this particular topic of conversation? All right. So I want to urge everybody to please be open minded. Listen, it's very important to be very open minded, to be able to have a conversation like this. And what do I mean by being open minded? What that means is be ready to accept that not everybody will like what you will say, and not everybody will agree with what you will say. Not everybody will like or agree with or accept your way of thinking or your perspective, and that's okay. All right. Remember, we are all different individuals from different walks of lives. All right. We are raised differently in different societies, in different environments. What applies in your environment that contributes to your upbringing, all right, and your growth might be completely different from how it applies to mine, all right? And so if we disagree, it does not mean that we should hate each other or have a go at each other. No. I think the best way to manage a conversation you're having with a stranger, or in quotes, a foreigner, is for you to learn to listen to understand. Learn to listen to understand. Um, don't listen to attack. Don't listen to be all defensive. All right. Remember, there's room for improvement. There is room for us to learn. All right. And I'm also hoping that by the end of today's conversation, that a lot of us, we unlearn a lot of the things that we have wrongly learned, and relearn, or probably just embark on this new journey of enlightenment where we get to learn new things about our various societies and how things work there. All right. And before we get into the main conversation, once again, I want to welcome every single one of you for joining today's conversation. Thank you all so much for coming through. What a way to make a comeback. I mean, I haven't had this live conversation in over 4 months, or almost 4 months now, and this wasn't how I was planning to make a comeback. But yeah, circumstances pushed us to have this live conversation because it became very, very necessary. All right. So, yeah, I am super excited that we are back here again to discuss. And I am opening today's conversation by the name of God that everything goes smoothly. And at the end of it all, that we all find understanding, all right, with one another. So, I see your comments in the comment section. Every single one of you, you are all especially welcome. Thank you so much for welcoming me as well. I really appreciate it. I see your love, and I am grateful for that. All right. Yeah. So quickly going into today's conversation, I noticed that a lot of people are not particularly pleased with the term xenophobia, right? So, yeah, unfortunately, we cannot have this conversation without mentioning that term, all right? We cannot have this conversation without mentioning the term. But, anyways, taking it from the very beginning, as I mentioned on my other video, I want to know why this whole situation has escalated up until this point the way it is currently in South Africa. And I'm really hoping that a lot of my South African brothers and sisters are on this live conversation right now to, to share with us. But for the sake of those who are not particularly following what's happening, I mean, it's all over the media, social media, traditional media, depending on which part of the world you are based. And I think as of yesterday, it was still, it was still heated in certain regions in South Africa where a majority of South African locals are on this march and march movement, chasing out um, Black Africans from their country. Yeah. Their tagline is "It's time to leave our country alone, go." Now, according to what most of these protesters are saying, they are saying that the people that they are chasing out are illegal foreigners. But then it leaves a lot of questions to be asked. These people who are actually doing the marching, who are actually doing the chasing, are they all immigration officers? Do they all work in the office of immigration? Do they all have the records of every single foreigner, Black foreigner in South Africa? How are they really sure that every single person that they are chasing out of South Africa is an illegal foreigner? That's a very important question. All right. Now, I'm going to give a very, very short story before I continue. All right. Still as an offshoot of the question I asked. So, November last year, between November, December, I took a trip to Cape Town in South Africa. So, it was a trip between myself and my partner. And this person was traveling from another country to South Africa, whilst I was traveling from Nigeria to South Africa. I had applied for my visa by myself and I had gotten my visa. I'd gotten a 1 month visa. Before then, I'd gotten a 1 month visa before, which I used. I had gotten a 1 year visa again, So I'm saying all of this so you know that I usually apply for visas, especially to South Africa, and I get the visas, right? So this was the third time of me applying, and I did, and I got a 1 month visa. And um it was a long trip. I was traveling I was following different aircraft, just to get to Cape Town. If you have gone from Nigeria before, depending on how and when you go, you know that sometimes you might have to take 3 flights before you get to Cape Town. From Nigeria to Nairobi, from Nairobi to Joburg, from Joburg to Cape Town, right? So I got to the was it Cape Town? Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it was the Cape Town airport or if it was okay, it was the Johannesburg airport. I hope I'm not mistaken. I would do my checks anyways. So I got to the airport, I got to immigration, And there was about a few of us that were blacks that came off that flight that were okay. I think it was a Johannesburg airport. Yes, yes. So there were a few blacks of us that were transited to Cape Town. So the rest people were, of course, the other color, whites. And they were just going through immigration. Very simple, very easy. Like no questions asked. Immigration officer gets their passport. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And then when it got to my turn, I'm always very, very careful. I pack all my traveling documents because I hate embarrassment. I do not want any unnecessary back and forth with immigration. And quite frankly, I have never had any issues with any immigration anywhere I have traveled to. Even the first time I traveled to South Africa, I never had any issues with immigration. It was very easy and they were quite friendly. I mean, very, very friendly, very lovely set of people. But unfortunately, the person I met that day, I don't know if he woke up on the wrong side of bed, but the man just had a thing for me that day. So, anyways, I had my passport, I had all my flight tickets, the boarding passes, everything, the way I was transiting from from Nigeria to that point. I had all the boarding passes, I had everything just to show that, yeah, this is it. And then hotel reservations, I did not make the hotel reservations, but I had done my checks to be sure of the address, what the place looks like, just in case immigration ask, questions like, oh, where are you going? Where are you staying? So that I will have information. So the person I was traveling with did the reservations, had already sent me all the details, you know. So um, this man gets my passport. A white person had just left his counter and then it was my turn. So he gets my passport and he looks at it, he looks at me, and I was just there waiting for the go ahead for me to move. And he looked at me and he asked me, where are you coming from? I told him where I was coming from, even though it was very obvious where I was coming from on my tickets and my boarding pass and everything I showed him. But yeah, I still responded, okay, I'm coming from Nigeria. And he said, did you stop anywhere? I said, yes. Everything he was asking was already in his hands, right? But he was still asking, and I was responding politely as I should. And he said, okay, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Cape Town. He said, where are you staying? Who are you going? Oh, he said, who are you going to see? I said, I'm going for vacation. Are you traveling alone? I said, yes, by myself from this flight, but I am meeting up with someone else, but the person is coming from another country. So you can say I'm traveling alone, but technically not really, because I'm meeting up with someone else there. He said, do you have somebody that is living in Cape Town that you're going to stay with? I said, no, I don't, but I'm staying at an what they call it, apart hotel, more like an Airbnb or something. I said, okay, this is where I'm staying. And he collected the document, he looked at it, he looked at me, and then he now said, I want you to call the person that you're going to meet. I said, but sir, I just explained that I am not coming to visit anybody in South Africa. I am on vacation. I have booked, or my partner who I'm linking up with has booked reservations and everything, and this is everything. And he said, do you know where the place is? I said, yes. He said he wants to see, he said he wants to see the booking document, which you see, guys, at that point in time, my head was hot because I think I was already having jet lag already because I'd been on different flights, like my legs were achy, I was tired, but I was trying to conceal my crankiness because I was just irritated because guess what, guys? I was still there and different other people who were not black, they were already going, they were going. And then I was still there and I was wondering why, what's all this? Anyways, I had to now call the person I was, my partner to, what, please send me the actual document, receipt, and everything, even though I had shown this man everything in my mailbox that this is everything. He said he wants to see. I don't even know what he was looking for, but I was there. And the person now, that one too just landed in Cape Town and had to check into the apart hotel. And when you check into the apart hotel, you need to ask for Wi-Fi, and then they give you Wi-Fi. Then it now turned out that this person had arrived at Cape Town and was going out just to survey the environment. So because I was calling and I don't even know, Wi-Fi was not great. Thankfully, the person was just coming out of the apart hotel, so he still had like Wi-Fi connection. Had to go back. It was just hectic. And this was how this man kept me there, and it was just crazy. I was really frustrated, and I wasn't arguing. I just stayed at the counter there. I was just waiting. So I don't know if he was expecting me to start panicking, because sometimes immigration does this when they feel like you do not have complete papers or documents, and they drew you and drew you and drew you, and you now start panicking. Then they will not get their answer that, okay, this one is an illegal traveler or something. But I was so calm, even though I was really tired, and I was just there waiting. And then when the man now looked at me, I don't know what he was looking for. He now asked me the name of the apart hotel again. So now it turns out that the apart hotel that I was going to stay was actually, in quotes, a luxury one, right? So I don't know if he now looked at me differently, like, oh, okay, maybe she has money, or maybe she's going to be spending money on this trip. Okay, she can go. He now looked at me and said, oh, is that the place you are staying? I'm like, but that's what I've been saying for the past 20 minutes. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. And I said, you can go. See, I was so livid. I was so livid that by the time I crossed, I literally had to call my partner, and I was just going off. Like, I was angry because I was shaking with anger. Like, what was because it was really embarrassing. It was really embarrassing because it's not a good look when you are stuck at a counter and every other person that does not look like you just keeps on passing by, and then you are still there even though you've provided all your documents and everything shows that you are clear, you are legal, nothing is wrong, and people are now turning back and looking at you like, oh, maybe she's into crime, or maybe it's embarrassing. And I felt really embarrassed. I felt unnecessarily exposed, and it was not a good experience. I was just very, very upset. And I'm going to be frank with all of you. I said I was going to do a vlog on my second YouTube channel about um my experience in Cape Town. It was a beautiful trip, by the way, but there were certain microaggressions here and there I wanted to really talk about, but I decided just keep it, low. But looking at what's happening in South Africa currently, it totally reminded me of my experience at the airport. And, listening to some of the demands of the protesters, saying that they are actually focused on chasing out illegal immigrants, it was kind of confusing for me, because most of the video I have seen, a lot of the people that they go to confront and go to try to chase out of their country, a lot of these people actually mention that they have their documents. A lot of them actually mention that, oh, they are married to the citizens of South Africa, and they have children, and they are literally based, that they've been there for so many years. Some of them even say that, oh, I have my papers, I have my documents, right? I mean, this is not to say that there are not those who do not have their papers. Of course, in every country of the world, there are definitely illegal immigrants. It is something that we don't know if it will ever stop happening, right? But majority of the videos I have seen, you will see that most of the people that they go to confront, they say that yes, they do have their documents, and some of them will say, oh, it's at home. So it makes me wonder, like, okay, I don't understand. You are in a country, so does that mean that everywhere you are going, you have to pack all of your documents in your pocket as you are going, so that if anybody asks you, are you legal, and you're like, oh yes, I am. Like, make it make sense. I don't understand. So it's not making me wonder, like, okay, is it really, are you being very honest about chasing away only illegal immigrants? Because from the look of things, from the videos, even from the interviews, from the people leading the protests, from the people that are actually spearheading the protests, when you listen to most of the things that they say, you can tell that without bias, it's not even a case of whether most of these Black Africans are legal or illegal. It's more of a thing of they just want the Black Africans out. And it also poses another question: why? Why are they doing what they are doing? That's why are these South Africans doing what they are doing? Now, that's a question, right? Remember on my video, I said I want to know your why. I want to hear from you. And I'm asking this question because, as I also mentioned on that video, I will not sit over here where I am and act like I know your reality more than you that lives in that society. So I want to hear from you, South Africans that actually live in that South African society. I want you to come and speak to us about your reality. Tell us what we are missing. Tell us what we don't know. Tell us what, because a lot of these protesters, they claim that the media is actually twisting what's happening, so I don't want to say, oh, that is not true. So I want to hear from you. What is your reality? All right. So I'm going to quickly go ahead now and share the link to this conversation in the comments section. Guys, I would love to hear from all of you, whether you're South African or not. It's an open conversation. I want to hear from every single one of you. What are your thoughts about what's happening? All right. On that video, I also asked another question: that isn't there another way to pass on this message? So you don't want these, as you call them, the illegal Africans in your country. Isn't there another way to pass on this message other than going to their places of business to shut down their businesses, to disrupt their businesses, to destroy their businesses, to command and instruct other white foreigners to not hire the Black Africans whom you tag illegal foreigners, illegal immigrants? Isn't there another way? Well, there's the other part of, going to the schools where the children attend, going to the schools and literally by yourself chasing them out of the school premises. Oh, going to hospitals, addressing elderly people, pregnant women, chasing them away, telling them to take themselves back to their country to seek health facilities. Is that the best way to go about it? And I see a lot of people saying on social media that, oh, there's no violence, nobody was killed. There's actually violence. People have actually been killed. So, isn't there another way? Why are you people not holding your government accountable? Why are people not having that conversation with your government? The protest you're doing, why are you not protesting to your government houses to demand what you want, other than directly, taking it upon yourself, doing the work and, you know, pouncing on these foreigners, if we call them that? Let's hear from Joseph. Uday Joseph, you're welcome to the conversation. Good to have you here.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me, Glory.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're
Right.
welcome.
Actually, I'm Nigerian,
Okay.
and to be honest, I would have loved to hear from directly from um, South Africans first. Although I've heard from many of them, but I would have loved to hear from some of them on this platform first, so that it doesn't seem like we are inferring or we are taking them out of context, if you
Mm,
know what I mean.
yeah,
However, I would still say my opinion because we are not here to judge, just like you stated. I
yes,
believe that everybody has a right to their opinion, and I believe that you can be sincerely wrong,
yeah,
even with the right intentions. you can
Yeah.
be sincerely incorrect, you know. And on that note, I am not here to judge South Africans. I'm not here to tag them as bad or as
Mm-hmm.
xenophobic or any of those words that people generalize on them. I for one hate generalizing on anybody.
Yes. Yes.
Whether be it racial, be it tribe, be it nationality. I
Mm-hmm.
am against tagging a whole bunch of people, as one
Mm-hmm.
one plight. Um, that being said, I have been following this conversation for um, about 2 weeks now. Personally, I live in the UK.
Okay.
Um, I I have been opportune to travel to so many countries as well, and
Mm-hmm.
I have for firsthand I've experienced racism. I've experienced some different form of discrimination, and I know how it feels. I know the emotions, you know the rage that comes with such experience. It's not nice. It's not something anybody would want to experience. So
Mm-hmm.
I have been following this conversation on a very emotional point of view. One being um in the past a victim of discrimination in one
Mm-hmm.
way or another, and then the other side of my interest in this conversation is because I'm a black person and I am an African. I know my roots are in Nigeria, but I also see every other, especially here in the UK, I see every other black person as, oh, my brother. We even call ourselves brother when we see each other in towns, in malls, in barbershops. Oh, brother, you know, that is the common term we tag ourselves. Before we even go ahead to ask you what's your nationality, where are you from? You say Nigeria, oh Nigeria, oh Ghana, but we still address ourselves. We still see each other as coming from one place. Because
Mm-hmm.
even these people, the Caucasians, the white people, they don't know that you are from Nigeria. They don't know that you're from South Africa. They don't
True.
even know that there are tribes, different tribes in Nigeria. They don't know that there are different tribes in South Africa. They just see you guys as Africans, yeah.
True.
So it's very upsetting when I witness, blacks antagonizing each other in areas of in I believe in unity in diversity, and I believe that everybody is different,
True.
but when we are mimicking the things that we castigate or we are against, when the people of color or the whites do, when we are doing the same things on ourselves, it's heartbreaking, to be honest.
True.
That being said, um I have watched a couple of videos about this issue, and to be honest, we can't categorically say, oh, we understand the plight of South Africans because we are not there. We
Mm-hmm.
know that there is something that they are actually saying. We know that
Mm-hmm.
there is a storyline to these actions. We know that
Mm-hmm.
there is something that they are trying to voice out. But one of the questions I would ask some of my South African friends, because we have so many of them here in the UK, here in Manchester, where I reside,
Mm-hmm.
and when we talk about, I have a colleague who is South African as well at work, you know, and I'm like, who are you channeling this anger, these complaints to the right people or to the wrong people?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that most migrations are influenced by, most of them are economic migrations, are influenced by people who are actually who are disadvantaged, trying to run away from probably a harsh economy to somewhere they feel like we want to start afresh or we want to build something. You know,
True.
Majority of people, you know, move with that mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Some people also move due to their jobs, the nature of their jobs, the nature of their careers. It's not necessarily because, oh, I'm poor and I want to go to South Africa because it's so much better there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
people have different mindsets for migration. And
Mm-hmm.
migration, like Glory said earlier, is something that we is something that is going to continue. It's not something that is going to end anytime
True.
anytime it's soon. You know, is a problem when it's illegal. Every country suffers that. You know, but
Mm-hmm.
one of the questions I said I keep asking them is, are you channeling this anger, these complaints you have on the right people? Are you channeling it on the wrong people? And they'll go ahead to say, oh, our governments are corrupt, our police are corrupt, they're not listening to our plight. So if they're not listening to your plight, you think the right thing is to take the law into your own hands. You
Mm-hmm.
think the right thing is to pick up sticks and intimidate your fellow brother just because you perceive them to be undocumented. Because to be honest, there's no proper check. You just go
True.
ahead and see, oh, you're a foreigner. You're a foreigner. Where is your documentation? Who the hell does that? Who the hell carries his documentations, like Glory said, walking around? I know you probably in South Africa, it's probably a law that you have to carry your passport or whatever means of documentation. But people could tend to forget these things. When you're driving, you tend to forget to carry your driver's license. But to be fair, not everybody carries their driver's license
True.
around. You know, and here in the UK, once the police say, "Where is your driver's license?" and you say it's not, it's at home, they go ahead to do the check themselves with their own systems. You
Mm.
know, so you don't expect everybody to carry around their documentations, and then you know if this person is documented or not. And when you say, you know, I've also heard the argument when people say, oh, all the foreigners are here committing crimes, they are the ones selling drugs to our seats, to our children, they are the ones
Mm-hmm.
doing this, they are the ones raping our women, doing this and that. And here again I ask, what are the statistics to back those facts?
True.
You know,
True.
every country has a fair share of foreigners who
True.
are the bad apples, who commit crime, and who do all manner of things that shouldn't be done, that are not acceptable in communities.
Yeah.
But who are you, the citizen, to go out on the street and harass people simply because you perceive them? And why I say perceive is because you don't show us any proper scrutiny of how you deduce this person being illegal or legal. You don't. In to be fair, in most of the videos, if not all that we've seen, and even when I seek opinion directly from my South African friends, you know, you see that there is no way these people can tell if this person is legal or not, or if this person is committing a crime or not. You just see somebody, you know, in the street, and you're like, oh, that pregnant woman, make sure you plan where you're going to deliver this baby. Make sure that this baby is not giving birth in this country. You go back to your country, go back to you know. And I can't relate to people who
Mhm.
justify these things,
All
who
right,
make it
Joseph.
seem like
Yeah.
this thing is acceptable in any circumstance. Whatever
Yeah.
your complaints are, whatever your grievances are, it does not justify these things. And we
Yeah.
can go on and on and on and talk about the inequality in South Africa, how a certain um, race control major of their wealth and all that. And I feel like this should be more of the important conversations that should be going on. You know, South Africa currently has the highest inequality of wealth distribution racially
Mm-hmm.
in the whole world.
True.
You have a country where you have more than 70% of your resources, of your wealth, in in the hands of an ethnic minority. So it means that less than 30% of South Africa control the black South Africans, I beg your pardon, controls the resources of South African.
Hmm.
And
Thank
you
you,
are the
Joseph.
mi- and you are the I feel like this should be the major conversations, that South Africans should be pushing. I feel like the major conversations the South Africans should be pushing is holding your government accountable.
Mm-hmm.
We are not trying to isolate ourselves, other African countries saying, oh, we don't have problems. That is why Nigeria, especially, we are here. I'm sure Glory can relate to that. We have our common problems. We know
Mm-hmm.
how we bash this government each and every. We're not saying we are perfect. We have our own issues that we are trying to sort. But you would not see a Nigerian, go around the street harassing somebody who is perceived to be a foreigner. To be honest, the first time I saw immigration chasing somebody around in Nigeria, I was surprised. I was like, is there even like a documentation in Nigeria for people? Because we genuinely don't care. We are so focused on the important stuff, on trying to hold our government accountable, on trying to see that people are out of poverty, which are our major challenge
Mm-hmm.
in that country.
All
So
right,
I
Joseph.
feel like
Yeah,
I,
sorry,
I,
Joseph.
yeah,
We have people that are actually waiting, and some of them are
right,
dropping off
all
because they
right.
really want to speak. But I really appreciate the different angles you have raised, which are
Mhm.
very, very important. And I'm just grateful that you also mentioned other core issues that should be tackled, other than transferring all of that anger
Mhm.
and frustration to other Africans. But hold the rest of your thoughts, all right? You will still speak if you're still here. But let's just hear from the other people here, please, all right? And
Thank
guys,
you.
in the comment section, I see your comments, I see your reactions. We're having an open-minded conversation, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I saw a question, someone asking, no, Glory, if I come into your home and I steal your sugar and your bread, are you not going to be upset? I think you know the answer to that question. So I will leave it to somebody else to respond to. Mongali, you're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Hello, Glory. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for joining the conversation.
Thank you, Glory.
Yeah. Please
No,
talk to us.
okay. Yes. I'm South African. I'm from South Africa, born and raised 100%. Okay.
Nice. Nice.
And I live in the hood. Okay.
Yeah.
Firstly, I want to touch on the point of um how you started this life. You mentioned your travel to South Africa, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you mentioned how this time you had to wait for quite some time because of at the immigration side in
Mm-hmm.
order to come in, and you felt, you were upset
Yeah. I
because
felt
other
profile.
people
Yeah.
of different races were passing you while
Mm,
you were still stagnant, and were
yeah.
still in the line. Now I want to bring to your attention something. Let me just quickly read it here verbatim. I don't want to say other
Okay.
people's things, but so this is a very popular DJ from South Africa, Oscar Mbo.
Hmm.
He made a comment on what they call it now, X, yes. And he says this. The main part basically is that, okay, let me read it and then I'll go from it. South Africa for South Africans. Kwanele. That means enough. If foreigners want to be here, may it be through the right channels and mediums. As a person who travels a lot, the level of frustration one gets when its visa application time is unmeasurable. Other countries put strict measures to govern their countries for their own people. Why should we be different? um One info that a lot of people wouldn't know is that it takes 7 to 8 hours to enter Lagos, Nigeria, or more if you don't have a connect to enter the country, due to their visa system and strict security control. If not done right, they deport you back to your country immediately. No reason why South Africa should house the whole country with no measures, right?
Mhm.
So now you probably wouldn't know about immigration because you live in Nigeria, so you don't have to go through that channel. So waiting periods differ from for each country.
Yeah.
So I feel like yes, it is frustrating. I unfortunately have not yet had the privilege to travel outside of the country. My mom has though, and she can also tell her experience about immigration going to all these countries because she has traveled a lot. But
Yeah.
you do have to wait, and there are certain things that you have to go through. And as this prominent DJ Oscar Mbo has said, he mentioned Lagos, Nigeria, specifically, saying how his challenges when he travels to Nigeria, that the waiting period for him at immigration is 7 to 8 hours. And we understand that and we respect that because countries need to have strict measures in place so that they do not allow criminals into their country to do things and hurt their people, which is fair. So I feel like in the same breath that I'm not taking away your upsetness, or it is frustrating, and I am saying that it's understandable, but also I don't think we should look at it in a race thing, as a race thing. I understand, yes, there are people who will pass in your situation. Let me speak on your situation personally, especially right now because of what's going on. The people coming into South Africa from Nigeria and other Nigeria specifically, but also other African countries, it will be a lot stricter, it will be a lot harder, it will be a lot more frustrating on the person because you have to wait so long because of what's going on now. And I think it's also not only does it um is it for the benefit of the country and its people, but also I feel like look at it in a way because it helps you so that when you enter the country, you have your papers, you have your everything. So when someone approaches you, like the people who are they are extremists, when they do approach you, you're able to say that I have my papers, I have gone through the immigration, I am here legally. They have, and you can report that, and they can be held responsible for any hurt that they cause onto you, right? So
Mm.
I think also just look at it as a precautionary measure for the country, especially in this time when it's so volatile with this um initiative, with this March and March and Dudula being so big right now. Okay,
Mm.
that one is done.
Yeah.
um
Sorry,
then
but I want to ask you a question,
mhm.
and I really appreciate you for taking time to address my experience. I really
Mm,
appreciate that, and I totally hear you. And there was something you said that is totally, it makes so much sense that, because I am of this country, if I want to leave my country, it could be easy for me to leave. It could be easy for me to return to my country because I'm a
mm,
citizen of that country. So I might not know the hours that a foreigner, black or white, will have to face.
mm,
But then I want to ask you this question, please, not to be offensive or anything, but um, um, so I am Nigerian, right? And this
mhm,
episode happened late November last year, 2025.
mm,
And I mentioned when I was speaking, sharing that experience, that um, the whites were moving. All it took for
yes,
immigration to do was to look at their passports and stamp. Oh, friendly, just, oh, you're welcome. Just go, go,
mm,
go, go, go. But then when it came to my turn, and on my passports, okay, for people who travel a lot, you know that if you've traveled to a country several times, it should be an advantage for you when you're coming back to that country, because for immigration, it's a sign that the fact that you can still come back, it means you've not violated their travel laws, right? So it shouldn't be
yes,
a problem. So when next they see you, you are not on their red list or no flight list, you should be stamped easily to go,
Mm,
right? I mean, from the little travel experience I have, that's the knowledge I've been able to garner. But now the other white people, they had no issues. There was no hiccup. They were just going. Older
mm.
people, younger people, people with kids, they were just going. And then it was my turn. And this man kept me there for over 20 minutes. I mentioned how he checked everything. And yes, I totally understand you. But then I was wondering, like, why? You know? So I want to ask you, why do you think he was so
No,
thorough with me?
I think if we just
Can I
remove the
answer
fact
you,
that you're,
please?
if we can remove the fact that you're Nigerian or whatever, yes, unfortunately in South Africa we still very much do have uh um racism. We still very much do have very we are and hey, we're a very unequal country, as
Yeah.
I don't know his name, sorry, but the guy that spoke before, um he did mention that we are very much disproportionate, and a lot of the times
Yes.
white people do, not even a lot, white people do own more in this
Yes.
country than the black South Africans. So yes, there is that level of discrimination, that's the word. There is that
Mm,
level of discrimination in this country, and that is just unfortunately something we are still, and we are still fighting for, even though we
mm,
are quote unquote free, you
mm.
understand. So
Yeah.
it's, I think it's not just a matter of your country or whatever. It's also still the fact that we black people are still looked at a certain way, even by
Mm,
ourselves in this country, because of um um uh the systems in place that are still very deep rooted in South Africa. So that also, yes, it does play a role, that yes, white people also, there is going to be that differentiation between you being a black person and you and another white person, right? So that one is clear. That is just still, I I didn't mention it because I thought, since the other guy did mention that we are very much um an unequal country. So I didn't think it was. I just wanted to mention your your country more on that
okay.
basis.
All right.
Yes,
That's
but
fine.
yes, yes.
Okay, so I want
And
to ask
then
you a question. Yeah. So
mm,
I'm so happy that you're a South African based in
mm,
South Africa. So I want to
mm.
believe that at least you have a
Sorry,
first-hand
Gloria.
experience. Sorry, the person that's
No,
speaking,
I'm
sorry, can you just
coming.
hold on, please? Hold on. Yeah. So, Mogali, I'm asking you, yeah, as one who is South African, lives in South Africa, I believe you have a first-hand experience of the situation there. So, can you tell us about that situation? Help us to really understand because we are outsiders, right? So, help us to understand. Give us the picture of what exactly is the problem there.
Okay, yes. Let's get to the crux of it. So,
Yeah.
firstly, the the movement that you are seeing is a movement to, what we are addressing is the illegal immigrants in South Africa.
Okay.
It's not about whether you are Nigerian. It has nothing. It's not a thing where it's only Nigerians and only Ghanaians. No, there are Somalians, there are Ethiopians, there are Pakistans, there are everybody from every. We are calling for everyone to come into South Africa legally and to have their documentations in order, to get them legally as well, because we have a problem now where we are living in the situation, and this thing flares up because it's a thing where it happened before in 2008. Was it? Yes, it happened in 2008, and now it has flared up again, these March, where it's a lot more prominent again. And it's because um there's a lot going on in South Africa. And a lot of the things that are done by foreign nationals.
Hmm.
And if someone that is not documented um, commits a crime, we are not able to track that person because they don't have an address that we can go to. They don't have the proper documentation. We don't even know that they exist in this country, which becomes
Hmm.
a problem.
Hmm.
Also, um, there are many things that happen. The crime is the most prevalent thing, and that's
Hmm.
why we are calling for people to be legal, to get their papers, legally. Because there is a show on DSTV that I Moja Love, and there are shows where one of them is called Fake Marriages, and this
Hmm.
show shows how people from Pakistan, Somalia, most of them marry South African women just so that they can get their papers and stay in South Africa and then open shops. If you go down the street in Kasi here or anywhere in the CBD, every shop is owned by a non-South African. Every
Hmm.
shop is owned by a non-South African, and there is a case right now where a woman was who a South African woman who wanted to open a spaza shop in her yard was intimidated, was threatened to not open her shop by Pakistani nationals because there is a syndicate, unfortunately, of these people who are not legally in South Africa that operate these shops and do not want South Africans to open their own shops,
Hmm.
which then these shows show how they these people sell illegal cigarettes. They show how these people sell uh, um food stuff that are rotten, that are expired, that don't even have labels,
Hmm.
that they make in the back. These people make there's even a video where they are selling purified water,
Hmm.
and it was shown that this water that people think is purified is actually coming from a toilet.
Wow.
It's coming from a toilet. They just used a system, they conjoined pipes and things, and people think they are getting purified water because unfortunately we do not have access to safe drinking water. We might have
Hmm.
water, some parts don't have water, but the water that we have is not drinkable, is not safe. And these people are perpetuating that. They are
Hmm.
exploiting the fact that we do not have safe drinkable water, and we are going to buy from anyone that says, oh, this is purified water. Now we have this. So, people, there's a whole show, like I said, you can research it. I can even show you.
Hmm.
There's fake
I've heard of
marriages.
this. Yeah.
The next show is Sizoktor. Every episode, they are catching drug dealers and murderers, drug dealers and murderers. And unfortunately, most of them are Nigerian. Most of them are undocumented or have illegal papers that
Hmm.
are selling these drugs on our streets
Hmm.
to our children, to our fathers, to our grandmothers, they are killing. So you you I don't think people see what the media doesn't show these things. And it's so sad. I got so upset when I saw your post because I was like, I don't know, is Glorious actually seeing what is happening in South Africa. What are the people maybe not informed? Are they not seeing what's actually happening? Because there is so many things that are going on. I mean, there's even a video here where this guy called King, he calls himself the King of Cape Town. The and he's unfortunately Nigerian. He had the audacity
Is it the
to
Igbo king thing?
no, that's a different one.
Okay.
This one
That
is a
one was
guy
called Ghana.
who this guy he videos he made videos, went live calling himself the King of Cape Town and stating that he does illegal things, showing his how many cars, 3 cars that he has. So you the frustration is a lot amongst the South African people. We are tired. We are tired
Okay.
of having to sustain people who come into the country pregnant. You come into the country pregnant. I want to ask the brother that spoke before me. I want to ask I'm sorry, my brother. I don't know your name. If you can just give me your name
Joseph.
so that I can. Sorry,
His name is
Joseph.
Joseph. Yeah.
Joseph. Sorry, Joseph. Yes, Joseph. What does you say you're in the UK? What do you need in the UK? Can you access free healthcare in the UK?
Yes, as a matter of fact, yes, I can access free healthcare in the UK. My children, even being Nigerians, and born here, they are not citizens yet, even though they are born here, can access free healthcare in the UK.
Unfortunately, she's asking the wrong question and she's asking it to the wrong
I'd
person.
also like to ask you a question, if you pardon me.
Go
um
on.
uh, because you did exactly why I said I wanted to hear from, my South African brothers first, you lots, to understand where your anger, your what the problem is. And I'm glad I've heard, a few of what you've said. But I just want to highlight the fact that it's just like a child. I have twin girls, and they are 18 months at the moment. You don't expect children to do the right thing. You watch them, you monitor them, you teach them to do the right thing. You are their moral compass. And which this analogy brings me to, because they say the family is the first system of government. you know it brings me to the context of a nation. Rules are not set to be followed if they are not if they aren't bodies or institutions that are meant to enforce those rules. So I hear you, the complaints, crime, Nigerians are doing this, Zimbabweans are doing that. Different crimes are associated to different nationalities. And that's fine. It is your opinion. I am not going to stay here and say, oh, that's a lie or that's true. But what I'm trying to say is that in the presence of those crimes and things that you're complaining about, do you think it is the place of the citizens to go to those people who they perceive, you know, are doing the
Okay,
wrong thing? Because
let
in so many countries, like in the UK, we have problem of drugs, we have problem of knife violence, we have different problems in the UK. And you don't see, even as much as we are, because if you follow the UK media, you see that they are very loud about these issues, this problem, even immigration, illegal immigration issues, you know. But you don't see people going to people in the street and harassing them and saying, "Oh, I think you're selling drugs. I
You've
think you're
already asked
doing
this
this.
question,
Okay,
I
let,
think
Joseph.
you're
let,
doing."
let's her
Excuse
respond.
me. So my
Oh
question
no,
is,
yes.
no
Just
one is
answer the question.
harassing
We have heard
them.
it.
my my
Oh,
my question is, Do you think it is the citizens that should bring this crime rate
Memorandum to the
down,
government.
or is it
Yes,
your government that you should hold accountable? And if your
yes,
government is not being accountable,
yes.
and if your government is not being accountable, do you think it now justifies you to go to the streets to
Okay,
talk to
let
people
me
and
answer.
to yeah,
All
okay,
right,
go on.
let me answer. These people have uh how do I say this? They have even infiltrated the system, the police. They have paid off, they bribe police officers. They there is so much going on
Still
right now.
brings
We have
brings you back
we
to
Joseph,
we
accountability of
have
the
no, no,
Joseph,
no.
citizens,
let
right?
her
Let me
respond,
answer.
please.
Let me
Go
answer.
on.
We have
Joseph, let
we
her
have
respond, please.
cur- uh, currently we have a whole commission of inquiry against the whole basically the whole police system in South Africa. The police system, the unfortunately the it's corrupt. And not only how are we to enforce the law if we are fighting multiple battles at once? Unfortunately, because we can't trust the police. We can't trust the police, and the police are not doing their jobs because people, these foreign nationals, claim to have rights, and unfortunately, the they do have rights to a certain extent. So people are frustrated, people are upset, people are fed up. Nobody is going around accusing. And like I said, these shows that I've mentioned, I haven't even they go with police officers to these places to root out, and so that the police arrest these people. We're not doing this out of I just decide to wake up and go out and harass people. As you say, nobody's being harassed. There is law enforcers that are there, that are present, that are there to check. Yes, there are some cases you can see, maybe, I don't know, there I have seen some cases where there hasn't been an official there, but those
Many
are
cases.
not even all. Those are not a lot of cases. Most of the time, people that are going there and are going to confront people and ask them for their papers, and also they are going there because they know that the people that are working at that place don't have papers. We don't just go and ask freely, willy-nilly. No, we have the information that this place, there are foreigners there that are illegal, and that's how people go there. And we go with the police and we ask for their papers, and we seize them and arrest them when they do not have them, and if their papers are fake. So we don't just harass people. This thing of us just we are apparently arresting people and just going to anybody, perceiving anyone willy-nilly on the street, is wrong, is false.
All
We
right.
are
Thank
going
you
to
so
people,
much.
we targeted people who
Oh,
we
Yeah.
please,
know,
please. Can I say
we have
something,
gathered
please?
information, and we have been given information that, oh, this person is doing this person is doing this. It's not a willy-nilly somebody's waking up and just deciding to attack someone for no reason. There is
Okay.
backing up, there is evidence to all of that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joseph and Mogali. I have to move on to the next speaker now because there are actually a lot of people that wants to share their thoughts about this conversation. All right. I have some things to pick from what both of you have said, but I'm not going to address it now. I will raise it later. All right. Nobule, you are welcome to the conversation. Please unmute your mic. Let's hear your contribution.
Good day to everyone.
You're welcome.
Okay. I am a South African citizen. I also hold citizenship in Botswana, but we are, of course, focused on South African issues, right? So
Yes.
first of all, I think South Africa is an amazing example that the African community needs to follow. It's imperative that the African community looks at South Africans and sees what South Africans have built and realize that they themselves can do the same as well in their country, right? I
Mm.
want to start off with hitting off a bunch of facts, and then I'm going to go on to answer Joseph and then make off some finishing remarks because I also want other South Africans and other people to bring in their parts as well, as I have been waiting, guys. Damn. Anyway, first of all, South Africa has an unemployment rate of 30%. That means
Mm-hmm.
there are 30% of these citizens who want to work but are unable to find employment. Fine. But then when you are a smart individual, you dive into those statistics. In that statistics of 30%, there are 67% of unemployment youth. That means people from 18 to 35, 65% of them are unemployed. That is a huge number. That means in that 30% unemployment, almost all of them are the youth. Mostly older people are the people who are employed in this country. The youth is, a lot of them are unemployed. This is a huge issue for society. This is
Mm.
not a society that can handle immigrants. This is not America. America has an immigration, I think, an unemployment rate of 4%. Maybe the UK has one of 2%. We are not the UK. We are not America. We are a young African country. We are very young. We are younger than all of you guys combined. We are 30 years young. We're very young. We cannot handle you yet. We still need to continue to fix our country. We can't handle you yet. And then you will hear people talking about, oh, don't you think you're facing the wrong people? No, we are not. We have always faced the right people. When we were protesting apartheid, we were facing the right people. We're protesting against the government. Even with these protests, which they are not attacks, they're not xenophobic attacks, they're organized protests by people who are going from city to city protesting. The protest has a function. The function of the protest is to hand over a memorandum to the government. So in the protest in South Africa, in Pretoria, they protest in Pretoria, they went to the union buildings, to the government, and they handed over a memorandum where they're saying, listen, guys, we are overburdened. We cannot compete with these people. These people are too much. We already have a huge unemployed youth. We have people who want to work in this country. We have people who are skilled to work in this country. Okay, people like Julius Malema will go around telling you that no, unskilled South Africans are busy saying skilled people are taking their jobs. That is not the case. There are graduates who are unemployed in this country. You go on TikTok and see doctors who are unemployed in this country. You know why? Because in South Africa, we have learned that protest is what leads a country. We have learned from apartheid that, oh, if we do this thing, we can make change in this country. So we have learned that protest leads a country. So even in the workplace after apartheid, we saw, oh, you guys are paying white people 50,000 and you're paying black people 8,000. We protest. We immediately protest. We say, oh, you guys are doing that. We're protesting now. Okay, and what does the protest do? It means we don't come to work. It means we do a slow thing where we work extremely slow or something, or we just like strike the whole week. We don't go to work. Okay. Now these corporations, they're like, oh my gosh, we don't have employees. Let's go to these people who are lying around willy-nilly. Tell them, guys, work. Take this 5K that the South Africans don't want. They're lazy. Take this 5K, work for them. You're gonna take the 5K, you're gonna listen to the white people, you're gonna say, yeah, South Africans are lazy. Yeah, they're right. Because they want you to earn on the same level as white people. South Africans protest against corporations to earn the same as white people. And then illegal foreign nationals will come in and then say, okay, we will take that 5K. When that's not what South Africans want for everyone, you understand? So people
Mm-hmm.
are being exploited. But you will, because of that exploitation, you will think, oh, we are better than these people who are unemployed and they're unskilled. It's not the case. Okay. Second of all, I want to move forward. I want to try and give other people time to speak. With the
Mm.
school issue, I will bring up the school issue. The school issue has to do with placement. We understand that your countries are not yet as organized as ours, but we have placement in this country. So you don't just go to a school and hand in documents and the kid gets to school. You have to apply, then they place you in the school. So when a foreign national's child does not have documents, because it's a human rights to education in South Africa, they will place your child in a school, even if your child doesn't have any documents. They will place your child. What South Africans are saying is, fine, we understand human rights. We don't want to be those people, but please place South African kids first. And then with the space that is remaining, you can place those other kids. Don't allow our kids to not have space in the schools that are closest to them just because you want to be a helping hand to your neighbor. We understand We know Ubuntu. We've always helped our neighbor, but don't do that at the expense of the citizens, right? That goes on further to the clinic situation. People get pregnant in their countries. They want to give birth in South Africa. It's fine. These things happen, right? But South Africans should not be waiting for beds because there's a foreign national who does not pay tax in the country, whose husband who's here does not pay tax, owning an illegal shop, whose brother who's at the corner does not pay tax, selling stock sweets at the shop, selling clothes at the corner. You don't pay tax, but then you go into the free facilities that the South African people do pay tax for, and then you want to compete in the same line as them. They're saying, no, guys, we don't want to do that. Please prioritize South Africans. We pay tax in this country. We are the people who need to who progress in this country so that the people of this country can be better. So when foreign nationals think that it's an attack on them. It's not an attack on them. It's an attack on the system. It's an attack to look after Black South Africans, like we always have been fighting for Black South Africans to rise, right? So I
Mm.
always have these conversations with people. Black South Africa has the most dollar billionaires in Africa, not because of whatever. It's because of these laws that we've put in place to try and upbuild Black South Africans, right? In Nigeria, 50% of the black dollar millionaires have decreased. I think they're now 7,000 in comparison to 10 years ago, where there were $14,000 millionaires. Do you know why? That's because there's public corruption and stuff like that. Now, when wealth is growing in one country and wealth is decreasing in another country, of course, some people will tend to shift and go to that other country, but it doesn't mean that that other country is it's our responsibility to care for you. We accept that if there's extra in the house, guys, it's fine to give the neighbor food. But if the food is not enough, we cannot share with every single neighbor. And it's unethical to ask us to share with every single neighbor. So we're asking people that, guys, it's tough here. It's not tough just for you guys. As we protested our government, people died. People died. People have cousins who died. Our parents are traumatized. They still have bullet holes. People died. People paid in blood for the freedom we have in this country. The government, the black government, is handling trillions in personal taxes. We pay trillions. They tax us extremely heavy. Personally, because I am anonymous, no one knows me here. I will speak about my finances, okay? I pay over 40,000 Rand in tax. Okay, that's like 40% of my salary I pay in
Mm.
tax, and I do not use public facilities. But I understand that that tax is for underprivileged South Africans to rise up from poverty and to become a proper. We don't want anyone to be poor in South Africa. Everyone shouldn't be living in a shack and stuff like that. We want people to be fine. So if we're taxing a country heavy, we're taxing citizens heavy. It should be to take care of citizens and citizens first before we even look next door to see how we can help next door. We need to make sure that that 67%, it's huge. It's a huge number. We cannot afford to take care of our neighbors right now. We can't afford. There's a
Yeah.
professor in Uganda.
Yeah.
That professor in Uganda, he won an award for the best math teacher in the world. That is the type of scholars we welcome in South Africa. That's the skill I was saying. Hey, there's no math teacher in the world like that guy from Uganda. He must teach in our South African universities. We want him. He's a scarce skill. We do not want people who are going to compete, who are going to sit at the corner selling shoes, selling rundown clothes, secondhand clothes. We do not want people who are opening spaza shops. The law says 5 million is the minimum amount to start a business in the country as a foreign national. So everyone will go around in circles and circles and circles, but at the end of the day is a country is built on the law, and it's important to follow the law. If you follow the law in the country, you will see how far a country can go. Okay. And you will go in circles, talk about racism, talk about whatever. But as long as the first sentence of that paragraph is about breaking the law, none of the paragraph stands. Period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate how you gave a breakdown of what's happening. So I have a question for you, right? Um, Now, this is you giving us depth to the situation, right? But what the world is seeing is man's inhumanity to man. right? And when you put it that way, we're talking about the optics. The optics does not look good. The world knows about the history of South Africa and the South African people's struggle against apartheid. Currently, I am watching the trials of Winnie Mandela on Netflix, and my head is about to explode. There's just so much revelation, in that documentary, right? But that's just like a side reference. Anybody that wants to watch it, I strongly encourage you to go ahead and watch it. There's just a lot. And I feel like if I make certain references, I'm going to be kind of insensitive. So I'm not going to go deeper into some of the things I would love to reference, but that's just like a side reference, right? Now, as I said, the world knows about South Africa's history and the struggle, the fight against apartheid, the very strong resistance, right? So now look at what's happening. The world is watching, the world is paying attention. Deep down, there are all of these issues in the South African society, right? And from all you've said, all fingers points to the government. We know that in every government around the world, there is one level of corruption or the other. And we can also say that in South Africa, there are some loopholes in immigration. Immigration is not really doing what they are supposed to do to prevent this, what a lot of South Africans deem as invasion and not migration, right? So I asked this question before, and I think some people have also been asking this question in the comment section. Joseph has also asked the same question, that yes, these concerns are valid. However, do you think it is the right way to handle the situation by, one, going to the hospital where sick people, sick foreigners are seeking treatment, and then the protesters are outrightly telling them to leave immediately? Say, for instance, these foreigners, they are chased out of the hospital and they go home and they die. That's a considerable amount of casualties that nobody can even keep account of. Now, the children, the trauma. I mean, these are innocent kids that don't even know what's happening. They don't even know what sins or crimes their parents or relatives have committed. All they just wanted to do was to go to school for a day, and then they are in school, and then there's this massive crowd coming and calling them names. There's a video out there. They are calling them some very offensive names, and then they are chasing them out, and then their parents, their relatives, they are leading them out of the schools, and then they are hooting, and then they are shaming them for things that they do not even know about. Whilst the government, the immigration officials who should be the ones at the forefront to actually handling the situations, they're actually where they are, not even doing what they have been elected to do. So the question to you is, look at these issues of humanity. Do you think that what the protesters are doing, how they are actually approaching these issues, do you think that that is the right way to handle it? Now, the former speaker, Mogale, she said that nobody is being harassed. I beg to differ, because we live in the digital age now. There are videos everywhere, and you can't say that these videos are doctored or these are AI creations. No, they're actually real situations. I've been on live videos on TikTok, on Instagram, where people are actually showing live and direct what is happening at that point in time. People being harassed, people being beaten up, and even people who are showing their documentation that, oh, look, I'm legal, and they're still saying, no, we don't want you here, go back home. So harassment is actually happening, right? And most of them are actually very, very violent. So the question is, do you think that this is actually the best way to go about it, to handle the situation?
Okay, yes, that is the answer to the question. We believe that this is the best way. Second answer, when you said, do we care about optics? No. We no longer care about the optics. We no longer care how you label us. We no longer care. For example, you used a very sinister word, barbarians. We don't care
No,
if you
I
label us
said barbaric
barbarians.
acts.
Okay,
So thank God you brought that up, because somebody actually said I'm calling South Africans barbarians. No, please. Semantics is very important for us to understand. When you say someone is a barbarian, of course, we know what that means. But when we refer to the actions as barbaric, it means those actions are bereft of humanity. So there's a difference, all right? So not calling South Africans barbarians, but the actions of meting out violence to people, to children, to pregnant women, to sick people at the hospitals. I stand by what I said, that those actions are actually barbaric because it could lead to death. They are harmful and they are what they are. They are violent. So that's
okay.
what I think. Yeah.
I understand, Lou.
Yeah.
Again, we no longer care about those titles. We don't care about being called xenophobic. Neither do we care about anything else, anyone else who's not living our reality says about us. Because at the end of the day, um, a lot of African nations are comfortable with applying for visas and running away from their problems. We are not, and we have never been. Even during apartheid, there were not swarms of millions of South Africans in any country. You can name one South African, maybe two, but there were never millions of South Africans across South Africa. So it's something that we want to make sure that a lot of people understand. We are not going anywhere. We're not going to apply for visas to go and escape poverty or escape the government or escape white people. This is our home. We want to die here. We want to be buried here in the land of our forefathers, right? So no, we no longer care what the people outside who are not living our lived experience say about us. We do not. But we want to say that at the end of the day, the law is what matters, guys. The law is what matters. And we can I forgot there's something else you said that I wanted to put on. Okay, the videos, yeah. The violent videos and the harassments, right? Protests are the way, guys. You guys need to protest your governments, guys. It's not South Africans who are your issue. If you're in Nigeria right now and you're angry at South Africans, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. South Africans are not your problem. It's that guy in Nigeria that allows people to die from snake bites. That is the problem. It's not South Africans who are the problem. In South Africa, we know who our problems are. We know that in the next election, I can promise you, ANC is not going to win the next elections. In the last elections, the ANC went under 50% for the first time ever. And they don't see that they're still going to go down. They're not going to win the elections, right? So, what we're telling you guys is while we are dealing with our government and while we are dealing with our issues as a country, it's easy to point fingers at things that you have never done. It's easy because maybe for a lot of people, it's you guys are now comfortable with the fact that we dance for visas and other people have to enjoy Africa and not us. We want to enjoy Africa. We want our children to prosper in Africa. We also want your children to prosper in Africa. And we know that the whole of Nigeria, the whole of the 200 million people cannot come to South Africa. We know that the whole of Zimbabwe cannot come to South Africa. We know that the only way that Africa, if you guys are truly Pan-Africans, we know that the only way that we can rise as a continent is for us to face our government and like do better for our people. So you can look at South Africans and point the finger and say, wow, these people, they're doing this and that, when you've never lifted a finger for your country, right? You've never protested for your country, right? You're talking
Are
about
you
the trauma
are you
they
are you saying that
no,
Nigerians have never?
I'm not talking about you or anyone in specific. I'm talking about anyone whose shoe is fitting right now. I know their
Yeah.
feelings and you've never protested in your country. So when you look at other people protesting, you have words to say, but you know who your problem is. It's not South Africans, guys. Let South Africans face their problem. I can promise you ANC is not going to win. I can promise you a lot of things are going to change in South Africa. And I can promise you that this is all for the benefit of South Africa and its people. We really don't want to be those people who have to be extremely rough. Yeah? I don't condone violence. That thing of like that video, the one in specific that people keep bringing up, right? It's a guy who got beat up during the protest, right? If you listened very well without propaganda and media grooming your minds, you would listen. You heard people say, do you know how much is that phone? You heard people say multiple times, phone, phone, phone. But when people label the video xenophobic attacks in South Africa, you believe. But when you listen to the video, you hear someone say, do you know how much is that phone? Here in South Africa, if you do crime, and the community sees you, they will beat you up. They don't play. They don't care if you are green, if you are yellow, and if you are even navy blue. Even those white people in Cape Town, we also have a huge issue with them. So don't think it's just you guys. We have a huge issue with Pakistanis. We have a huge issue with Bangladesh people. We have a huge issue with those white digital nomads who are driving the prices in Cape Town insanely high. The people in Cape Town have to live in squalor because like a one-bedroom apartment is 20K because it's less than it would have been in America. We're saying to those people that, hey, don't take advantages of us because our government is weak. We are saying that we don't want any of you guys here who are going to come and snivel your way into our country and think that somehow you're now going to preach to us how we should govern our country when we have governed our country so far so good that you people want to come here. So it's obvious that we're doing something right, right? I hope I answered the question.
Okay.
Can I, Glory, before you, can I
Um,
just say something
no,
quickly, Glory?
sorry. Just hold on 1 second. Sorry,
Okay.
please. Before I lose my train of thought, I'm so sorry. You're going to speak, all right? I'm going to be lying if I say that I am not shocked, but it's natural for someone like me who's living a different reality from you to be shocked, right? But I totally do not fault your perspective. As I said before, that's your reality, and your realities are valid, right? Um, However, I want to clarify a few things, right? You mentioned, oh, the ANC will not win again. I'm going to be very honest with you. I know you said you people don't care about optics. You people don't care about what people think about your perception and all of that. But here's the fact. I don't think the world that is watching and your fellow African countries, I don't think they really do know and are really interested about if ANC wins or not. I don't think that's actually what people are focused on, because at the end of the day, it's not me as a Nigerian that's going to come and vote during your election. I don't think we're really focused on that, but people are actually focused on the connection amongst African countries. Yeah. I remember, even if you look at the way Africa is even portrayed on the map of the world, we are given one tiny little space, like we're just a dot in the grand scheme of things, but we're not. We are not. You look at other countries on the map of the world, countries are actually smaller than even a country like Nigeria. They make them look so massive. It just goes to tell you that Africa has no other choice than to be united. And if you put it this way, that you people don't really care about the visuals, you people don't really care about the optics, the fact is, one way or the other, we will care. All right. But that's on the side. Somebody else will come and talk about that. Now, you see, every African
Sorry, sorry.
country, hold on, please. Every African country has their own peculiar struggles. You see, Nigeria, yeah? If there's one country that is currently upside down, Nigeria is currently upside down. People think I don't talk about Nigeria. If you follow me on social media, that is my daily gospel. I talk about Nigeria. I publish, I publish, I publish. Nigerians, the youths of this country, we had a protest in 2020. It went global. 2020, where the youths got frustrated about how the Nigerian police, a certain section of the Nigerian police, was harassing, killing, kidnapping, and exploiting the youths. The youths came out to the streets. It was a massive protest. But what did it lead to? It led to a massive, massive massacre. There's been different narratives to try to sweep everything under the carpet, to upturn events, to just manipulate evidences here and there. But it happened, right? It happened. Now, currently, in different parts of Nigeria, I'll use Lagos as an example. I'll use Abuja as an example as well. Lagos is like, let's call it like the Cape Town of, South Africa, right? The cost of rent, it has skyrocketed so much that if care is not taken, give it the next 2-3 years, people are going to be homeless. Now, why is real estate that ridiculously inaccessible and expensive? We can also liken it to the situation that you have mentioned, foreigners coming in, taking over. It's also happening here. Foreigners coming in, buying properties, erecting business places. So real estate is just expensive. The landlords are increasing rent by 100% like every year. It's ridiculous. But what are Nigerians not doing? Nigerians are not going to go into the streets to go and start harassing these foreigners, right? Because we know that our government is corrupt. So that's why I kept on asking you the question of, do you think that going ahead to actually attack these foreigners who did not just fall from heaven into South Africa, but actually definitely came in through a body that has been put there to function as the gatekeepers of your country, right? Do you think that that is the best way? But you've given me your answer. You said that yes, that is the best way for you. So yeah, that's fine. I really appreciate your contribution. All right, and I do not invalidate in any way your your opinion. All right, but really, thank
Can
you.
I have my
Somebody wants to,
closing sentence, please, Glory?
Okay,
yeah,
guys,
somebody
can I
wanted to
also come
speak.
in for a while?
No,
Can
I
I
just want
speak
to say the
too?
last sentence, guys. I'm so
Okay,
sorry. I just want to say last sentence, I promise. I just want
okay,
to us to remember to focus on what I said, guys. Okay. It's important to face our governments. South Africa is no one's issue. It's important that the people govern the government. The government is not in control of us, guys. We are the ones in control of the government. And if us as citizens say that there's something that we do not agree with, it's important that us as citizens we stand up and fix the country. I can promise you guys, there was something Tinubu said. He said, I'm a president, I can't do anything. There's no South African president who can ever say that and still be the president in this country. A president who says there's nothing that they can do to solve poverty. He would never be the president of this country. So all I'm saying is, guys, focus on your governments. Focus on why we have to go and apply for visas. Focus on the development of our children so that they can go to school in their countries and in the place that they call home. Learn from South Africans and protest your government. It's fine. You don't agree with the way we're protesting. We understand. Protest your government. Show us how it's done, guys. Please show us how it's done, guys. Go on the floor. Protest ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. Protest that old man who said there's nothing he can do about poverty, but he's your president. There's something he can do. Protest him, guys. Whoever has a problem, please protest your government. Learn from us. Thank you. Bye.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much. I don't know. So somebody else that wanted to just quickly chip in before I move on to the next speaker. Lee,
Yes.
Yeah,
Lee,
it's me.
who
Yes,
is that?
yes,
Lee.
yes, it's me.
Okay, Lee. Hi. You're welcome to the conversation. Welcome. Thanks for
Yes,
joining.
I'm also South African,
Yeah. Welcome.
and I want to explain the situation in the most polite way. And I hope, because when I look at the social media and like comments about South Africa from other our fellow Africans, you can tell that they're not ready or they're not willing to understand our perspective. It seems like they just want to uh, be able to access South Africa and take. They just want to be able to drink from our cup and not pour anything in return. So that's what it seems to me. But I hope I'll be able to make you guys understand the South African mind and how we view things, or
Okay. All right.
how our worldview. So
Mm,
South Africa is we just don't have individual. We love our country so much that we don't have just individual dreams. For maybe each and every individual. Like maybe I want to own a house. No, we also have dreams about our country and where we want to see it go. Where we can see the potential of our country. So we also have a
yes.
dream for our country. So of course, with regards to people saying South Africans are xenophobic, I
Mm,
don't think it's true, because there are many Africans who visit South Africa. I don't think anyone can complain that they've been harassed or anything like that. And immigrants who come to South Africa legally and who also, most importantly, bring value to South Africa are most welcome.
mm,
We are not against any Africans. In fact, we are Africans ourselves. We are more. Sometimes I argue and I say we are more Africans than any other African. We are proudly Africans. We love Africa, and we love South Africa,
mm-hmm.
and we have a vision for our country where we want to see it. So, with regard to xenophobia, I think the problem here, the main problem, is value. That's what it is.
Okay.
South Africa is that the previous lady stated previously. I'm talking. I'm on a call, bro. Wait, okay. So I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
Leave. I'm on a call, bro. We are doing this on purpose. I'm on a call, please. Just take the charger and leave. Oh, I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
going back to my point, I think the main problem here is value. When you come to South Africa illegally, you are obviously coming to South Africa empty-handed compared to Europeans, and maybe that's another reason why South Africans will never attack Europeans, because Europeans, even though we have problems with them too, so we are not on their side too completely. Compared to
Mm,
Europeans don't come to South Africa empty-handed. They are not just looking to drink from our cup; they're also looking to pour in it. They come
mm,
with investments. They come with businesses and all those kind of stuff. Africans come here empty-handed, and they come here illegally, undocumented. And South Africa already has a crisis of unemployment. So if you come here undocumented, illegally, how are you going to get employment? How are you going to survive? You are likely to do something, engage in wrong activities, illegal activities. You might start engaging in crime, selling drugs, human trafficking. I know people, and I don't want to say Nigerians because they are, it is Nigerians. Like, no, I'm just trying to be polite. But
mm,
I've seen Nigerians who kidnap people. Some die in the process, and obviously in the news, in Nigerian news, the same guy who was kidnapping people, you hear that he was killed because of xenophobic attacks in the news. But I knew this guy that he was kidnapping people and
mm,
asking for ransom. It's a crime that was unheard of previously in South Africa. So that's another thing. We
mm,
rather have Africans who bring value to South Africa, like doctors, engineers. We don't mind that. But we don't just want
mm,
any average Joe. We already have problems in South Africa. How are you going to survive when you come here undocumented? You're obviously going to be desperate, and when you go look for a job, you're going to, obviously, because you're undocumented. So the employers will understand that what they're about to engage into by employing you is also illegal. So they'll also not comply with the labor laws. They'll pay you below the minimum wage at an
mm,
expense of a potential South African who could have taken that job. And then they call you hard workers, and we are the lazy ones. We are
mm.
fighting now. We have to fight against not the white capitalism. We have to fight against our African brothers. Now you're putting us in that situation. And I hear you saying that uh, uh, the barbaric attacks are they the
Mhm.
only way? But when you look at the perspective of South Africa, what are they supposed to do? Because the government is not helping. The government allowed people to enter South Africa illegally, not helping. The police take bribes from these people. So what are the people supposed to do? They have to take the law into their hands. They don't have a choice. They have to push back so the government understands that they have to do something about this thing. So
Mm,
it's not that South Africans are xenophobic. We have lived with Africans for the since 1994. Okay, I wasn't born then, but since I
mm,
was born, there's always been Africans around me from all over the continent. I've met almost everyone from the continent, every person from every country in the continent. So
mm,
it's not like we are necessarily xenophobic. I just wish Africans can understand our view, you know, and understand that it's not that we're against them. We are just against illegal immigration and how it affects our economy, you know, and how it affects our socio-economics in South Africa. It's not that we don't want them.
yeah.
Understand? We
I want
already
to
have
ask you a
problems.
question. Yeah,
Okay.
I want to ask you a question, and as I did before, I want to appreciate you for sharing your own perspective to the situation. Yeah, you asked a very valid question. That if the people have complained to the government and the government is not doing anything about it, what should they do? There's something a particular journalist here in Nigeria always says. He always says that take it to the polls. If the government you elected to serve you, because that is what they're supposed to do, if they refuse to listen to your demands, about crucial matters in the country, take it to the polls. And I think there's also a system of recalling some of these people in power. I don't know how it happens in your country. So the question is, have you people tried different methods? Say, for instance, and I'm going to say this as a compliment. If there's one thing I love about the spirit of South Africans, it is the way they take what they know is their right. Yeah. I mean, you people are so brave. You are so bold. You're so courageous. I feed into that because sometimes I wish that, regardless of all what's happening in Nigeria, Nigerians can also face the government with the same energy that South Africans from time to time used to face their government here. Yeah. So that's a compliment, please. So, have you people tried different ways? Say, for instance, you gather at the government house, you make a bold statement at different, what do they call it now, government houses, different government establishments, especially immigration, for instance. You make your stance there, and you demand that they make things right. Have you people done all of that before resorting to what you're doing now? And also, is this your last resort? That's a question.
Of course we did, because this is new. At first, when it started, I was pretty young. It was back, I think, in the late 2000s. I'm not sure when. I don't remember quite well, but I was really young. I didn't understand it, so I was not interested in that. But as I grew, I understood it much better. So they did try many, many times to tell the government that we illegal. Even the some people in the government did talk about it previously,
Hmm.
that illegal immigration is a problem in South Africa, but most of them would get fired, and I don't know why. What's the reason for that? So we did do that many, many times, but I don't think because I think another reason why the government is failing to act on this is because I think the government of South Africa and the laws of South Africa, the laws of the South Africa enable the government to become more of like bureaucratic. So it takes time for them to act on
Hmm.
certain things, on certain issues because of the laws. There are certain processes that you have to go through before you uh, go do it, maybe go further with a certain action. So I think that's another reason why it's delaying. But at the same time, the government is not doing anything about perhaps what can I say, the
The
borders,
illegal. Mhm.
securing securing the borders and stuff. They're not doing anything about it. So it becomes a problem on top of the problem. And yes, the government of South Africa is also the main problem in this. But now the thing is, people are getting frustrated, and people have their own lived realities. And obviously, people don't see the government and what they are doing. They see the person doing um,
Hmm.
the wrong, and then they will go confront that person.
Hmm.
And it's true, and those things are valid. It's true. I myself, I have many experiences. I can name one city for you. You can check on Google Maps. You can check
Mhm.
Germiston. There's a city that I was born in, Germiston. Check it in 2009 and how
Mhm.
it used to look like. And then after 2010, there were many illegal immigrants coming in. And Germiston, if you look at it today, it looks almost like a slum. I can't recognize it anymore. It's so sad.
Mhm.
And when you go there, when I'm there, I hear so many languages. It feels like I'm not in South Africa anymore. I'm being honest.
Hmm.
It feels like I'm not in South Africa. It's painful. It's sad that
Hmm.
that's what Jamestown has become. You know, so that's the thing. We have been. What do they call those things? Petition. I'm not sure if I'm correct. They've been
Mhm.
signing petitions and saying, government needs to focus on illegal immigration, but the government so far hasn't done anything about it. I can't recall anything that the government did that I can say, or something that I can refer to and say the government did this about this certain issue. I think it's
Hmm.
also because of the laws and how the government has become bureaucratic, and Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution to the conversation. I really
Thank you.
appreciate. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's move on to the next speaker, C. C, you're welcome to the conversation.
Hi, people. How are you guys?
Doing great. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Well, I actually wanted to answer the gentleman. I think he's in the UK. So, with South Africa, unfortunately, not even unfortunate, it is fortunate that we have what we call citizen arrest. If I see you, Glory, doing something that has to do with criminality, I have a right to arrest you and call the cops. That is one thing that we do have. And another thing with us South Africans, our constitution allows us to go and strike or march. So what the guys are doing, they're not harassing anyone. That is not a xenophobia. What we are doing, we are in the street marching our own town. Now, illegal foreigners, unfortunately, with them, every time when they see us marching, they just run away to show that they've already committed crime. They run away without even doing anything. It could be a group of workers striking for their own grievances that they have. But foreigners will run away like cockroaches. Okay, fine. But let's all be honest. South Africa does not get the best of immigrants. We get the lowest. The lowest. People who can't even write their own name. They're here. To do what? We have our own people who don't have the skill, the knowledge, or the intellect. So you want to add the burden to us. It is painful to pay tax for something that you do not use. I've never used or gotten anything from the government. But every time, if you want to go to a hospital or you want to go to a public clinic, you know that you'll be finding a lot of foreigners pregnant with a lot of kids. Those issues are not ours. People need to go to their respective countries and fix their countries. And I think what does not sit well with me, it's a foreigner wanting to tell me what to do in South Africa. You are a visitor. Remain a visitor. Know your place. With regards to how the rest of the world sees us, unfortunately, we cannot change that perspective. Whatever that you want to pick, whatever that you see, and that's your perspective, keep it. It's okay. But we cannot be using the fact that we're all black, blah, blah, blah. No, now you must die because of the color. Because I'm black now, you need to be a burden to me. I mean, for example, with Nigeria, I don't see a reason why Nigeria are not in their country. You guys have a lot of strong men. They're roaming around the streets of Johannesburg, doing nothing, corner to corner. Daylight, people are at work, people are owning businesses. They're not even owning businesses. When they say they're owning businesses, they be owning, selling sweets in the streets. Is that a business? Is that a minimum of 5 mil? Hell no, it's not. Why are you here? There's no war in Nigeria. Why are Nigerians not united to try to fix their corrupt government? You guys want everything that is already made. It does not work like this. You need to build it in order for you to sustain it. And that is a life. It's like that. Regardless how you want to take it, you need to build it in order for you to sustain it. That's the reason why us South Africans, we fight like this, mainly because we know the struggle. Lucky for me, I'm a child of 1990s. I know what was happening. I've seen a lot. People died. Our family members died for someone to come and pick for free just like that. I'm also an African. It does not work like that. It does not work like that. We do not hate Africans. We are okay. We're all human beings, but we need to be able to respect one another. And always bear in mind that you are a visitor. You are not a child of this land. You are a visitor. Know your place. When we talk about our affairs, you should just keep quiet. If you want to have an opinion in your mother's land, where you from. We need to understand that part. This thing of saying we are all African, Pan-African, it's not going to happen, and I'm not trying to be negative or anything, but it's not going to happen mainly because there is no unity. For example, we want to talk about Pan-African. Nigerians cannot stand one another. Yoruba is fighting with Ibu. Zimbabwe, it's Ndebele and Shona. You can't get along, but you want to come into a foreign land and you're going to get along with those people. It is impossible. We can accommodate those who are coming in with a rare skill who are going to contribute to the economy, not amapasela. People who could have stayed at home and do something else, contribute to their own economy. And then another thing is that when it comes to majority of the illegal foreigners, they're supposed to be having health insurance. They do not have. Instead, they're fighting us for the same basic needs that are meant for the underprivileged individuals. They're fighting. They even say, I actually saw a video, Somalians, they're saying they're refugees. They came to South Africa. It's fine. They cut their SASSA money, which is a social grant. They're going there to march. You guys are not paying. We welcomed them and said, come and stay with us. Now you also want the same benefits as the citizens of the country. But you ran away from your country. But now you're striking. I mean, you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. You cannot. And it is unfortunate that majority of content creators, they're just creating a propaganda. I understand that you guys are working on views and all of that. But truth of the matter is, you guys are making the whole situation to be worse. Because now we have most people are talking bad about South Africa. It's okay. Go ahead and talk bad. But think about the people who are on the ground, who are staying in South Africa. What is happening to them? It just create conflict that is unnecessary. It means that us who are staying with the foreigners, we can't even be friendly with you guys because you're already saying evil things about South Africans. Why should we welcome you? Why should we show love to you guys? Where else you guys are keep on saying you guys are stupid, you are lazy. Lazy where? How does a lazy person stay in her own home, build her own house, and be content with whatever that the lazy person has? We're not the hardworking individual. You went downhill 6,000 kilometers. You came to South Africa. Why are you not fixing your house? It's very important that we remain respectful, regardless of you seeing my shortcomings. I also see your shortcomings, but I do not bring those into your face. I do not. Now we have a lot of, I can say that there's really nothing to get out of these immigrants from Africa. There's really nothing. There's nothing, probably 1% of them. They do bring skill. Majority, right. There's nothing.
All right. I want to ask you some questions. All right. I want to ask you some questions. First one, and please, whatever question I ask you, it's not to come off as offensive. It's just out of curiosity. All right.
No problem.
And also, it's not to water down your reality. So please do not take offense. All right. Okay. So before the influx of migrants, and by migrants, anybody that is not South African, before the influx of migrants into some of your communities, what was the crime rate? Where, okay, let me call it the rate of femicide. Was it at an all-time low? Where, in fact, just crime in general, what was the crime rate then compared to now?
Compared to now, it was actually much better. And then back then we had what we called a mob justice. It was much better compared to now. Back then we had a mob justice. If we find out that Laurie went and committed a certain crime, the whole community will be on top of you. By the time the police comes in, you will be all bruised. You will not be able to speak. But it was lesser compared to what it is now. Because right now, it's easy for one to kill you, and they will even state that no one will get me because they know that they will not be able to trace you. For example, a perfect example is the guy from First Lawrence. He went missing, nowhere to be found. It's close to a month now. He cannot be found. And then if you follow the story, Somalians are involved.
Okay. Okay. I have a follow-up question to that. All right. So,
Mhm.
mob justice. I mean, I am not a huge fan of mob
Mhm.
justice because anything can go wrong. A life might be
Mm.
taken, or several lives
Mm.
might be taken. Yeah.
Mm.
But that was what worked for you people then, right?
Mm.
So now you said that the crime rate has gone up. So the question
Mhm.
is, obviously, this crime rate, obviously, it's a blend of the foreigners and the actual citizens, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so if the foreigners are bringing the crime, the
Mhm.
citizens who are also engaging in the crime, why weren't they kicking against it? Why were they also entertaining this and also, you know, promoting it? And
Let
and
me
and,
just
Gloria,
and,
tell
and I
you.
asked, and sorry, let me give you a context for why I asked the
Mm.
question that
Mm.
way. The reason I asked the question that way is the two occasions I have traveled to South Africa. The first time I went to Joburg, I went to Pretoria, I even went to Soweto, and then the next time I went to Cape Town, right? And for every time I moved around, we had someone that took us to places, right? And these
Mm.
people will give us the rich history of these
Mhm.
communities that we visited. And most of the time, their complaint was mostly about the people, not foreigners
Mhm.
now, but about the people. And it might sound cliche, but what they complain about most of the time is the people are very lazy. And that's why I said it might sound cliche,
Mhm.
but these were their
Mhm.
complaints that the people, especially the youths, the men, that they are
Mm.
very, very lazy. And the only time they want to start fighting and agitating against foreigners is when foreigners come into the country, they bring up new business ideas, even though it's like selling on the roadside, for example, and then they get offended, right? And then some of them begin to question those other ones that, okay, you're offended that these foreigners are doing these businesses, but you have been here all along. Why didn't you take that initiative to go ahead and explore and expand and do these things? But now they are here, they are doing it, you are complaining, you're offended. There is also complaints about, oh, if you go to Cape Town, don't go to this particular community, they'll rob you, they'll kill you. Oh, if you go to Joburg, don't go to this place. The local boys there, they will kill you. Do you know? And these are actually South Africans warning us about their fellow South
South Africans.
Africans who
Mm.
are notorious for doing these particular things, right? So, what do you have
Correct.
to say about that? And I'm asking this question because, a lot of times you hear that, oh, and the foreigners, the Nigerians, because to be very honest, between you and I, they mention the Nigerians a lot. The Nigerians are the ones doing, the Nigerians are the ones doing that. They're impregnating our women, they are stealing our things, da, 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 da. So the question is, what is the truth there? Because it seems like this whole accusation is being, dumped on just the foreigners and not the actual citizens who perpetrate these crimes.
Okay,
I can
I'll
help with that
answer
question
you.
quickly.
Now, can I just answer it?
Mhm.
So bear in
Okay.
mind that as a citizen, we do have our own criminals. That's a fact.
Okay.
Our own, they're committing crime where in their respective countries. They're
Mm.
committing crimes in their respective countries. They don't go to Zimbabwe and commit crime. Now, when we take foreigners, we take them in good hope that you are here for greener pastures, you want to build your own. Now, when you
Mhm.
start committing crime against the very same people who welcomed you, what is that? I've got a right
Mm.
to tell you, please go back home. I have a 100% right to say that, please go back home, whatever what you came in for. It's not. And bear in mind that with regards to selling, It seems like most of African countries, you guys don't have bylaws. In South Africa, you can't just sell anywhere. And you guys have a habit, or rather, yeah, it's a habit. Because you guys, if you see an empty place, you want to sell. That's not how things work in South Africa. The municipality needs to say that this place is meant for trading. You don't just come in with your table and your little tomatoes and you want to sit there and sell. It does not work like that. Truth of the matter is we do have our own criminals. And the nice thing about our own criminals is that we are able to track them. With foreigners, you cannot track them. Originally, my grandparents are from Mpumalanga. We're next to Swaziland. It's easy to get by to Swaziland. You just jump a fence, you are in Swaziland. It's a different story. They will not find you. So with foreigners, the biggest challenge is that it's easy to go to Mozambique. It's easy to jump to Zimbabweans. But with South Africans, definitely they are in jail. And bringing the fact of the criminality around foreigners, I mean, South Africa, it has over 24,000 jail beds that are foreigners. And they'll be spending approximately 500 rand for each meal every day. They are.
I want to just mention, Glory said that there are some places in South Africa that are unsafe. South Africans are warning you that this place is unsafe, that place is unsafe. The guy that spoke, Lee or someone, he mentioned his hometown or Germiston. Germiston was not what it was now. It looks the way it looks, and it's crime ridden the way it is because of foreign nationals. Sunnyside in Johannesburg, it's now the way it looks now is not the way it looked before foreign nationals invaded, taking the buildings and now operating there and selling drugs. So we can't say we are not asking the correct question. We need to ask, why are people so comfortable misbehaving and being criminals in another country? Why can't they do that in their own country? Like my sister just said now, we have our own criminals, we'll deal with our own criminals. But why must we now deal with people who come here and we take them with good faith that they are coming to do something good, they are coming to help, instead they are coming to break? It takes South Africa back. It does not help in any way with when you come from another country and you come and you commit crimes, and it doesn't matter what nationality you are, because there are so many areas that are now riddled with foreign nationals, whether black, African, white, whatever, that the place now looks so different to what it was. The Johannesburg CBD is filthy. There are streets that are so unsafe. A person can't even walk there. You have to, I don't even know where you must put your belongings. That's how unsafe it has become. So when you talk about crime, Glory, it becomes, and you posted something where they mentioned crime, where the lady was Duduzile was mentioning crime. We can't accurately give statistics of the crime rate according to South Africans and non-South Africans, because people are here illegally, people have illegal documents, and people are doing crime. So we cannot accurately give a stat as to how many people are causing crimes in South Africa.
So let me tell you
we
this,
can't want to compare we can't compare these things, because our country is not the way it was before, and not in a good state. And we can say yes, we must fight our government, but you as an individual, why are you coming into another country and being disrespectful and unlawful. Why are you not abiding by the laws of that country?
Yeah.
We need to look at ourselves as people. If we are going to say, oh, African, Pan African, Pan African, why are you leaving your country, coming to another country, and coming here and causing crime? Coming in illegally, that's a crime. So
Okay. I,
we,
I
we
want to
we not
say,
only have to look at the government. Yes, the
yeah.
government, we look at it also to implement certain things, but you yourself, you need to have your own integrity, your own person, as to how you were raised, as Josh has said about the parenthood and the parentage, how you were raised, and
Hmm.
is that how you're supposed to act in another person's country? That's
Okay.
also something that's the biggest question we need to look at. Why are people misbehaving in other people in another country? We need to
Okay.
follow
And
the rule of law.
you see the question you asked. I am so glad that you're asking that question. It's more like asking, why would you walk into a place and you feel so comfortable to perpetuate certain misdemeanors that you just commit? Now, there is another angle to this. All right. And please remember, we're trying to have an open-minded conversation. All right. Look, another angle to this is when people come into a place, country, community, wherever, they come into a place. Do you honestly think that out of the blues, they can just comfortably begin to commit crimes if they do not look around and see that, okay, there are people that are already doing XYZ and nobody is blinking, batting an eyelid about it. The government is not really cracking down on them. So it means I can actually thrive here in my criminality. Do you get what I mean?
I understand you, Glory, and I understand that side. And yes, it does. Yes, that's why. But also, like I said, mm, if you are going to leave another country and you come into this country and you
Mm.
cause a crime, why do you feel, because you've already come in illegally, why do you think that is okay to come in illegally? Then you continue. Fine, you see the law of the land, and you see, oh, okay, I can get away with this, I can get away with that. Why do you then perpetuate? You are not helping the system, you are not helping the people of that country who are fighting for
Mm.
for this country. You're not
Mm.
helping. Like, yes, like Mugabe's child. He came here illegally and he killed someone. Oh, he
Mm.
shot someone. The person is not dead, sorry. He shot someone, his gardener, and he was arrested. You will be arrested. But now it takes longer, and it does not help the country that you are in, and it does not help anyone, it does not help even the citizens if you are going to perpetuate the crime. So we cannot
Mm.
excuse the fact that, okay, you came in and you saw, okay, oh no, in this house we can all just take a sweet. Doesn't mean just because you see someone else doing it does not mean you should do it as well.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
not mean you should do it as well. You need to
Absolutely.
have your own integrity as a person to know that
Yes.
this thing that they are doing is wrong and I'm not going to participate in it. Just because everybody is doing it, now we must do it too. No, that's not right. And I
Absolutely.
also want to touch on the perception that you were talking about. I feel
Mm.
like I said, people are picking and choosing what they want to hear and what they want to see.
Mm.
I will take it from your the post you've posted and the account, because I went into the account that you um reposted on your story. And they
Mm.
also not saying, they are not looking at the crux of what's happening. People are saying what the problem is. People are saying we are tired of illegal immigrants. We want people to be documented. Why are people not documented? Why are the people causing crimes? Why are people? But you only see, and like I said, people are what happened in the streets, the videos you are seeing, people are on, they are marching It's their
Mm.
right to march. And they
Sure.
have gathered and they are marching to go and hand over a memorandum to
Mm.
the government. And that's
Okay.
what's happening. So let's also look at that.
All right. Thank
We
you
are
so
doing our
much.
best.
Yeah. Thank you so
Okay,
much. Thank you
Glory,
so much.
Glory.
Let's yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to give that question depth. I'm about to leave. Okay,
Okay,
can I
quickly,
just
yeah.
okay? And another thing that you have to look at with the question that you asked initially
Mm.
is that you must also. A lot of people tend to ignore the history of South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think people understand the institution of apartheid and how it functioned.
Mm.
Apartheid segregated all people of color, and black people were not allowed to engage in certain activities, economic activities.
Yes.
Certain black people were not allowed to pursue certain degrees, or they were limited. And
Yes.
black people are not allowed to own businesses in South Africa during apartheid.
Yes. Please carry on.
Yes, when you translate that to today, uh,
Mr. James?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, I thought it was James that was speaking. Lee? So
No,
sorry. Please carry
no,
on.
never mind.
It was
Never
Lee
mind.
that was speaking.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Me-
You can
Please
still
carry
see
on.
when you translate that to today, you can still see the symptoms of apartheid. The ANC
Yeah.
government, you can also say, as much as you say you don't care about that, it failed to address the inequality that's in South Africa. And also inequality, when you think about it, also contributes to the crime within South Africa by South African natives, right? Because
Yes.
of course they also have to find means to an end. They also have to make ends meet, right?
Yes.
So that's another contributing factor.
Mm.
However, that doesn't justify um, our African counterparts to come into South Africa illegally and commit crime, because we
Yeah.
also have those issues that we also have to address. So they are not helping us. Instead, they are putting us in a more detrimental situation than we have been before.
Okay. All
So,
right.
and
Thank you so
Glory, I
much.
would like to, before I leave, I would like to say thank you.
Yeah.
Compared to many uh, people, especially our African brothers, they were not willing to listen to our perspective. And I appreciate how, you'd listen to us and like,
Yeah.
even though we might not agree, I appreciate that you are willing to listen to our perspective. And
Yeah.
Glory, you're such a sweet soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I really
Can I
appreciate
speak,
that.
Gloria?
I
Please,
really
please,
appreciate
please,
that.
Gloria,
Yes, Benja,
appreciate.
it's your turn. It's your turn.
Yo,
Please go ahead.
thank you, thank you,
Can
thank
you move
you.
away from the background noise? There's a lot of noise in your background, please.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Let
Okay,
me.
this is better.
At,
You're welcome.
okay, okay.
Yeah,
Say
please
our.
go ahead. Hello? Mbeje. We can't hear you, Mbeje.
Hello?
Okay, you're back. Welcome back.
Oh,
Please
I don't
go
know.
ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
guys, let me tell you our reality. I'm a South African. I'm from KZN Durban, okay?
Okay.
So, guys, we're not fighting Africans, okay? We
Mm-hmm.
are fighting our government. But the shoe fit to the illegal foreigners. How? Because when I say we are fighting our government, we are fighting our government by marching on the streets, because we know in this country, if we want to fix something, we march. That's
Mm.
how our government listen to us, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the foreigners see that, oh, these people are doing like this, and foreigners know that if South Africans are doing like this, something is going to happen. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
now they see ukuthi, they are doing like this, then let's fight them. They provoke South Africans. We were marching nicely. They provoke, they say, wait, we are not going anywhere. You people are lazy. We are here to work. If you want to go to our countries, you can go, as we are not going back there. What is that? Guys, we are not fighting you. We are fighting government. So if someone's saying that those words to you in your country, what you gonna do? You will get angry. That's why now on social media, you see these things. You see, it's because these people provoke South Africans, but we're not fighting Africans. And what I'm gonna say is that these foreigners in South Africa, they are so arrogant. They are so disrespecting. I have incidents with foreigners. One, Gloria, there is a day where I was going to look for a job, hunting for a job, okay?
Yes.
And then I go to this restaurant in Gateway, okay? Gateway
Yeah.
is a big mall here in KZN, okay?
Mm.
So when I go to this restaurant, I go and then the manager came. And when this manager came, I noticed, oh, this one is not a South African. Okay, it's fine. I want a job. Even if you're not a South African, okay, it's fine. But I want a job. Okay, I agreed. And the first thing he said, are you South African? I said, yes. He said, we don't hire South Africans. They are too lazy. Do you see that lady? She's a Nigerian. Do you see that lady? She's a Mozambique. Do you see that lady? She's a Zimbabwean. So we don't hire South Africans here. You guys are too lazy. Yo, I cried that day.
Mm.
I cried that day. There's someone who can come to my country and tell me this. In a country where they say there is a 30% of unemployment.
Mm.
You foreigners, they are so disrespect. They don't care. They do the way they like. But guys, what you see on social media is a one-sided story. You
So
don't want
let me
to.
quickly ask you a question. Who was the owner of that establishment?
I don't know who was the owner.
No,
I
like
don't know.
where is the person from? Is the person a foreigner or South African or
Yeah,
where?
the one that was talking to me, I
Yes.
can see that she's not. I can see that he's not a South African, because he also said that we don't hire South Africans, and I can hear the accent. Oh, this one is not a South African.
Is it black or white? Where do you
Yeah,
think he's from?
black, no, black. The people who no, whites, they won't do that. They won't do that. The people who are doing this and saying these things are black Africans. Why they don't do that? These are black Africans. They are so disrespectful to us. They don't care. We were marching there. They will tell you, we've been there before. Nothing will happen. Even now, there's nothing that will happen. People, they provoke South Africans. They provoke South Africans. We were marching nicely. Even now we are marching nicely, but they will go there. They will even say, we are not going to the streets. We will continue sad. We are not afraid of you. We are here to work. Okay, it's fine. Then why now we are throwing things to us? Why you are saying words to us? It shows that you want a fight. And then now, when South Africans realize, they say xenophobic. They provoke it. You see now, Mera,
Sorry.
I start to go to
when I was young, maybe I was at the age of 10 and 11 years, I was about to go alone at town. But now I have a daughter who is 10 years old. My daughter can't go alone to town because I'm afraid. I'm even afraid for myself at town now. If I'm at town, I go like I'm crazy. You can't go slowly there because you don't know what's gonna happen. There is a places in town that you can't go because Nigerians they claim is their place to stay, is their place to rent. You can't go to South Beach because that place Nigerians are saying it's for them only. And another thing that you don't know, guys, is that those Nigerians, Congolese, Mozambique, they don't like each other. Cause I have a friend who's a Congolese and friend who's a Zimbabwean. They will say, we don't want to stay with Nigerians. You can't stay in a flat where there is Nigerians. They don't like each other. No, I'm sorry to say this, but the problem that we have in this country more is Nigerians. It's them who even on the social media, it's them who's speaking and writing these posts about South Africa is xenophobic. Guys, we are not fighting Africa and others Africans. We are fighting okay, let me say when this thing starts, we are fighting a government, but they provoke South Africans. That's why now you see those videos.
Miss Elijah, can I come in?
Okay, yes. Who is speaking, please? Let me know your name.
I just joined in a couple of minutes ago, about 5.
Is it Tanda Self?
Tanda Self.
Okay, quickly go ahead. Danny, sorry, hold on a second. Danny, I did not ban you. I was actually moving you up to be next after Mbeje, the lady who just spoke. So please click on the link to come back to speak, all right? Tanda Self, you're welcome. Please go ahead.
I want to thank you, first of all, Ms. Elijah, for the opportunity to lead with your ears first instead of leading with your opinion of what you see going on. I've consumed quite a bit of the content, whether it's the News Africa channel in Nigeria, whether it's Arise Africa or individual vloggers and bloggers. There's a very biased opinion. I suppose it's an opinion that's been preformed over the past 10, 20 years. And so when we see these videos, it's just confirmation bias without the lived experience. I think South Africa was never given a chance to grow amongst itself. So you are born in a household, and your household was in ruins, and you are about to rebuild it. But as you are trying to garner the skills to refurbish your home, your neighbor jumps in and says, well, since we're all in the same street, how about I, have a bit of room in your space? Mind you, this very neighbor has been ahead of the game for 40 years. South Africa is the last country to have independence, or quote unquote independence, because all of Africa's independence is really a facade or cosmetic in a way. You have countries that have been independent for by the time we got independence, Nigeria was already 40 odd years old. Ghana was about 45 years old. So these countries had decades and decades of a head start ahead of us. Decades of a head start in terms of education. You had opportunities to go study abroad, internally in your individual countries as well. And when this happened, I think context of what South Africa is was never really taken up. I think it was Lee who mentioned around what apartheid really did. there are two major countries in the world that had settler economy, colonialism. Americans had a bit of it, ourselves had it, and also Namibia, right?
Mm.
Settler colonialism means settlers came into your space and they stayed there, right? So
Mm.
you were forced to integrate with them, fight, resist, but ultimately integrate with them. The rest of Africa really never had that. It's ourselves, a bit of Zimbabwe and Namibia. And what that does to the psyche of the locals is untold. In fact, West Africans, a bit of East Africans, North and Central Africans cannot relate to that because they never really went through that. We had hundreds of years of resistance before even even around the days or the years of slavery in the western part of Africa. We were already confronting white people, the Portuguese, the English, the Dutch, and all sorts. There are untold victories. It's not only the Anglo-Zulu War that happened in the 1800s. We had
Mm.
wars that happened 200 odd years before that. So
Mhm.
there's always been resistance. And this idea that we have cozied up with our masters, I'm just taken from what the perceived notion or opinion is gathering in the rest of Africa. And I feel like it's a bit unfair. I can understand it if you take things at face value and you form an opinion right then and there. But if you
Yeah.
do not understand South African history, you will fail to understand the South African psyche. So before anyone, any of these channels, any of these vloggers have a solid opinion and lecture onto South Africans, take a bit of take an hour of your time and understand what South Africans have gone through, the blood shed by South Africans, women, children, our men. Our men have really never had a chance to enjoy this country from time in memorial. So that's a major context that is missing from the opinion or the think pieces that are flooding online right now.
Mhm.
We also need to understand that there might possibly be a third hand in all of this. It is
Mhm.
election season. So topics and issues that will rally up the voters are just low hanging fruit, right? So it happens in different countries as well. So we need to, we plead with our African brothers that as you sit in your individual countries and you're forming this opinion, in your research, try and have South Africans on the panel. Try and have people who have the lived experience in your panel. Don't
Yes.
just have somebody who has an agenda against South Africa. Maybe they went to South Africa for 5 years. It never really worked out. And so they have every um, arsenal to kind of bash South Africa and badmouth South Africa.
Mm.
So for as young as we are, we've done pretty well. I mean, you've been here for two occasions. I actually watched your vlog. I think it was last year at some
Yeah.
point when you were in Cape Town, and your opinion was always beautiful of things that you saw and the experiences and
Yeah.
the type of advancements that South Africa has had in a very short space of time.
Yes.
Now, I mean, if we try and empathize with South Africa, if you take yourself as Nigeria, for example, you got your independence in the 60s. Imagine if Togolese, Cameroonians, Ghanaians, and maybe people from Burkina Faso or Mali, within just 10 years of Nigeria being independent, flooded Lagos and started running businesses within Lagos. Well, I
Mm.
don't really need to imagine that because it did happen, right? It was Ghana who did it first to you guys in the 60s. And then
Mm.
the retaliation happened 20 years later in the 80s with the whole Ghana must go situation. What
Mm.
was the core argument there? The core argument there was trade, street trade, vendors. I honestly do not think any of our individual countries should allow people from outside to trade within the streets or be vendors within the various streets in the various capitals that we have on the continent. South Africa has laws, bylaws, and so forth. Somebody mentioned that. And also, in terms of immigration, there are particular segments by which a person can come in and actually invest in the country. If you want to immigrate for trade, there's a 5 million rand money in requirement that you actually need to have.
Mm.
Now, if South Africans know that and they see you running a spaza shop or what you might call a bodega in New York,
Mm.
you haven't invested that amount of money. Um, Now, there's a lot to admire with a collective group. So what our African brothers do when they get to this country and run. I'll just go segment by segment. So let's deal with the. I know I might be taking a bit long, but let me just deal with just giving guys from outside of South Africa an understanding of how this economic immigration happens,
Mm.
or how it has happened. I've given you the context of what South Africa is and what the South African mind is at 1994, and suddenly somebody storms into your house and really starts doing things that you haven't gotten the time to understand and skills to garner. We were barred from trade. Like during apartheid, a black man could not trade the
Mm.
fundamentals of life. We could not do that.
Mm.
Before they came, we did trade. In fact, we traded with the Chinese through the Mozambique Channel. We traded with ivory. Some of our ivory and some of our beadwork actually come from China. The glass
Mm.
that we use in our beadwork is actually Chinese. This is back in the 1500s already. So
Mm.
trade has always been our thing, continental wide, but it was barred in the 1900s by the apartheid regime because they wanted an onslaught of major psychological and economical and social despair on the black man to just
Mm.
wear us out and tire us out, which wasn't successful, of course, because the resilience is there. So you have the guys that run spaza shops.
Mhm.
These are Pakistanis, Bangladesh, Somalis, and Ethiopians, right? What they do is they come in droves through insidious ways and some illegal, but at this point, we're really of the opinion, knowing the sort of corruption that happens within our Home Affairs Department, it is
Mm.
pretty clear at this point that a lot, as up to 60% of most of these individuals acquired South African documents illegally, right? And
Mhm.
South Africans within the Home Affairs Department had really garnered a lot of wealth through that. People as high as DGs and regional managers for Home Affairs in
Mm.
different departments. So they gather and they start a little group, like a stokvel or like a community group, where they'll put all their money together and go to a wholesaler and buy in bulk, and they get those goods cheaper, and
Mm.
then they start infiltrating different townships, different parts of our cities, and they've grown in that way in the past 15, 20 years. I know this because I've worked, for example, with MTN's marketing, and some of the
Mm.
work that we would do is go into far rural areas, towns that
Mm.
you haven't heard of, to kind
Mm.
of push Momo. I know you guys have mobile money in Nigeria, so that's the push that we do here as well. And you'd find in the deep mountains of KZN somewhere a Pakistani man, a Bangladesh man, doing trade there, and really pushing out the locals who never really got the chance to trade amongst themselves. And
Mm.
that cannot make sense. That's not sustainable. So we've put ourselves in this mess. So you have those Molangana traders, the Nigerians and West Africans came during the late 90s, going on to the early 2000s. They are predominantly urban. The
Mm,
perception, I really feel like Nigeria has a lot of power media wise, and not a lot of investigative journalism happens. If it does it happens from a biased viewpoint.
but we actually
Why?
have very unbiased investigative
Okay,
journalists. Some of them are
my
actually
my
living in
my
exile.
so
Mm,
my apologies there, but what I've seen from the state channels, I think it's news. Is it news channel? I think it's news channel. And there hasn't been. I feel like somebody within these newsrooms, an editor or chief writer or somebody
mm,
needs to do an assignment and find out this perception that South African have
mm,
around drugs and Nigerian men, right?
mm,
It's a lived experience. There's no metropolitan city in this country that you cannot
mm,
go and not have an enclave or little corner of my brothers that are predominantly Igbo
mm,
selling on the street, right? Now, I know
mm.
that Nigeria has its own issues with Igbos, and maybe that's something that you guys need to deal with by on
No,
yourselves.
it's just
But
general tribalism
it's
and
just okay.
religious issues.
And I
We have
know
our
that there
own
was Biafra and Igbos wanted to be free from Nigeria, and so they don't really find affiliation or affinity. Or they're not going to die for Nigeria like that. And
No, not
so,
not necessarily. Sorry, I'm sorry I keep interjecting. I just
so
needed to
go on,
correct that
please,
it's not a
please.
thing about evils. No, in Nigeria, just like every other place, we have issues of tribalism, we have religious issues, and then there's issues of corruption. So it's not about Igbo people or this
Mm.
tribe. No, it's just general
Yeah,
issues here.
a general thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my apologies for pointing out something that maybe I haven't really delved into in terms of research, but from the
Yeah.
surface, that seems to be quite there. I've spoken to a couple of Nigerian brothers themselves, and so it's a thing. It's an internal thing that Nigeria needs to sort out, and I certainly hope it does, because what it has done, a certain group or certain groups would then japa outside of the country
Mhm.
and have autonomy, right? This is exactly what's happened in this country. Because we're
Mm,
in the southern tip of Africa, we basically have two oceans bordering us. We have Atlantic and we have the Indian Ocean. And so drug access is very easy. Drugs that are meant to go to Australia, that are meant to go to Asia, can easily just pass by South Africa. And
mm,
the people who actually produce the drugs in South America, the Colombians and so forth, have found South Africa a very good gateway, storage and warehouse place for drugs that are meant to either infiltrate the rest of Africa or infiltrate the rest of South Asia or Australasia. And
mm,
so gangs and cartels have now formed, right?
mm,
Now, the face of such, this trade in particular, unfortunately has befallen our Nigerian brothers. And it's not a facade. When I say maybe a bit more digging has to happen internally from Nigeria, in
mhm,
somebody or a newsroom or a reporter or documentary trying to show Nigeria a mirror to its
mm,
face and saying the problems that we are having in this country have now crossed borders, and the fires and flares that we have within this country have now infiltrated other countries. And be honest with that. There's nothing wrong with being honest with that. Otherwise, we're
mm,
going to go through this cycle again and again and again. The question that you might have is, if you find Nigerians then uh, having cartels
mm,
and trading in drugs and a bit of They front within the entertainment space, of course, clubs and so forth, so that it's fertile ground for these things, trafficking and drugs, to actually happen. We've
Yeah.
had DJs and things killed in this country on drug money, right? That drugs that are supposed to be given to particular crime bosses and so forth.
Mm. I
I've
have a
lost my train.
question. I'm
Yeah,
sorry we lost you, but I have a question. Just because of the sake of time, there are like 8 more people that wants to
for
speak.
sure, for
So
sure.
let
I'm
me
just
just
gonna
ask the
continue.
question. Yeah, I just want to ask you a question. Yeah. So this question is also mirroring or echoing rather what AB Okuli, another listener, is asking. So is she saying, and I'm also asking that I mean, first of all, let me just even appreciate how clear your explanation is. It's just very clear, very unbiased. Yeah. So thank you for that.
Thank
Now,
you.
yeah. Now, the question is, you honestly mentioned that when you go up to a certain mountain or certain areas, you find like Pakistanis and certain other foreigners there doing business and even pushing out, the locals of that particular community, and then they monopolize not only the business but also the place, right? So this also now boils down to a question I asked the first few speakers who are actually South Africans living in South Africa, that don't you people actually care about the optics? That you say that this issue is about all illegal foreigners, but most of the videos, the content, and this is not just about content creators, no, most of these videos are actually live coverage, right? Most of the
Mm.
videos that are out there in public, it shows the protesters heavily focusing on, chasing out and harassing the Black Africans that they have, identified or claim to be illegal foreigners or illegal migrants. Don't you think that the optics look bad at this point in time, even though the concerns are actually valid? I mean, in my opinion, the concerns are valid because, these are real issues. You cannot sweep them under the carpet and say, no, they don't happen. They actually do happen. They are real issues. However, now it's not beginning to look like using inhumanity to address issues that are actually real. So don't you think the optics looks bad now?
So, so I think I was gonna, I don't know, I was trying to find the word. In Zulu, there's a word as ukata, meaning we've been pit against each other. So our government has really failed us in that point. I care about the optics. I'm in marketing and PR. Of course, I care. Any sort of publicity, um, especially that looks like this, is publicity that's probably going to last for a decade or so. That's going to be a perception that is formed in the African mind, in the diasporic mind, that
Mhm.
that's how South Africa is. But what you're saying is this a street, something that would happen in a particular street. Um, Back to my giving everyone here from outside of this country context of the foreigners involved. I was trying to nitpick each and every of these groups that are involved in illegitimate and illegality within this country.
Hmm.
South Africans, the ones that are protesting, really do not care about the optics, right? That's just a
Hmm.
fact. So people can scream xenophobia and put that tag on South Africans as much as they want, but the optics, the people who are actually doing the marching, do not care about that, right?
Hmm.
Um, when I say the government is making us look bad, the reason why I say that is we've found out in the past couple of years through commissions, judicial commissions, presidential commissions, into unrooting corruption within different departments. The two biggest departments that are the cause for this
Mm,
Home Affairs, these are people that are tasked with giving people papers,
mm,
refusing people papers and visas and so forth. What has happened? In fact, you can Google it right now. They A kingpin was just discovered this week. In a matter of a couple of days, they'll be arrested,
mm.
where they are selling South African papers and passports. If
Wow.
you watch international documentaries that have to do with border security, I don't know what they're called, but you find them somewhere on the multi-choice channels. You find people who are clearly not South African having South African passports. Now, it's not
Wow.
a fault of theirs. They went and looked for the honey, and they found the bee willing to sell the honey to them. So we
Wow.
need to decisively. That's why Lee was talking about, or the lady before Lee actually
Mm,
was talking about. We need to get rid of this government. They've been infiltrated, and they've been rotting for the past 10, 15 years, where they've allowed such. I mean, you can do all sorts of corruption within the country, but when you start tinkering with the citizenship and allowing an influx of people that are not supposed to be in this country willy nilly for money, you are setting the country up for civil unrest and war, essentially, right? So, what they have been doing within the Home Affairs Department, they would sell papers and also extend refugee statuses of people that are not that don't really qualify to be in this country, and they've made a very massive amount of money through that.
mm,
What's the result of that? Randomly, you're finding people that clearly shouldn't be in the country now roaming and outnumbering the locals in different type of cities across the country. Now,
mm,
that's what we are marching against. That's what the march is supposed to be about. They are
mm,
support when they have actually. The first march that happened up in Pretoria was dealing with the Home Affairs Department in particular and them admitting of the crimes that they have done to this country, because this is tantamount to treason. What we are dealing
mm,
with is treason, but because South Africa is so far left in terms of our politics and we're super liberal and super open, there's no strong man to say, actually, this is treasonous. You guys need to have life in jail because you've tarnished the country and have caused all of this trouble. The type of after effects of letting in, let's say, give or take 300,000 people that are not supposed to be here, that the result of that on the local economy, on locals themselves, and forcing integration that shouldn't have happened to begin with, um, is incredible, and it's created immense damage. Another issue that the ANC has done, because they were compromised when we stepped into democracy in '94, was signing UN treaties that don't serve us. We signed the treaty, the refugee treaty with the UN, to allow countries that are in war to skip second countries. So, for example, the biggest amount of refugees in this country, legal refugees actually, are Congolese, right? So we've allowed them to step three countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana, to come into South Africa and not even go to East Africa, to basically, because there has been war in Congo, and we've actually helped the Congolese people in trying to fight that war.
mm,
And so, what the treaty that we signed was to allow them to integrate with South Africa, to integrate within the country. Other countries
mm,
don't do that. Other countries, you can go to Kenya right now. They have a treaty with Somalia. They have refugee camps. I don't know how much you watch the news, Gloria, but you would see whenever the UN or UNICEF images are being shown, you would see a tent or a camp where refugees are kept. We said
mm,
we are not going to do that. We're going to allow people to integrate and try and make a life for themselves. In
mm,
hindsight, that was up for abuse, and now we are paying the price for it, right?
mm,
So, because of our policies, because of the ANC policies of being too lenient and being too far left in their approach of things has gotten us into this situation where we are now looking at each other.
Mm.
So, South Africans on this call, I have a call for you. It's very simple. We start now in November. We are not voting ANC
Okay.
because of all of the issues that I've spent the last 10 minutes talking about.
Mm.
And we are getting our country back. That's step one. Step two will be the national elections, which happen in 2028, if I'm not mistaken, where we are voting for a brand new government altogether. But the
Mm.
biggest blow and the biggest effect that we have with government is local municipalities or local government. That's the chance that we have to change this government, to then now create laws that make sense for us. As soon as that happens, Miss Gloria, you're not going to be seeing any of these things
Mm.
again, pretty much. This
Hopefully.
government, that the incumbent government, what they need to do, they need to admit a bit of their crimes, especially within the police and the home affairs, and start tracking back onto all of these documents that have been illegally distributed and
Mm.
doing mass deportations in a very orderly and a very humane way. That's really the outputs of all of this. These
All
are
right.
the outcomes that we want. These are the outcomes that the rest of the African continent wants. I understand the optics, but this is just a frustration that South African have. We have
Mm.
a history of protest. It's very easy for us to mobilize 2,000 people on a random Tuesday. Is very easy. This is really nothing, and
Mm.
so the pressure should be put on our governments, and they keep
Exactly.
hiding behind these policies and treaties and so forth that they've come up with. Thank you for your
Awesome.
time, Ms.
Thank
Gloria.
you.
Thank you for your spirit of having an ear instead of
Thank
talking
you.
down. The rest of the continent sees us as a child, and so they speak to us as children. But we're
Mm.
actually very old. We've been in war, we've been in struggle for 300, close to 400 years now. In fact, in terms of experience, a lot of the countries within our different regions have borrowed our way of politics and forming congresses. And I think in Nigeria, you have the African Democratic Congress and so forth. These are all Pan Africanist ideas that were born in South Africa, and
Mm.
they have borrowed from them and used them in their politics. No one wants to acknowledge these things now because it's really convenient. But that's just my piece, and the rest with the rest of the African continent that
Mm.
spend a bit of time in this time to
All right.
understand South African history, which will lead you to understand to where we are now. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Tanda Self. I really appreciate your contribution, and I am glad that you joined this conversation today to shed more light on the situation. Thank you very much. All right. Let's speak with Denny. Denny, I'm glad that you are back right when it's your turn to
Uh,
take the
uh,
floor. You're
I'm
welcome back.
sorry. I'm sorry. I have to leave because I have other things to do. Thank you,
Okay, who is speaking?
Mr.
That's
James.
not him, Gloria. I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. That's Mr. James.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Denny, do you mind if Mr. James just goes quickly?
I mean, I think I've been longer than him, to be honest.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
Mr. James,
sorry.
if you don't mind, because to be honest, Denny has been here for a long time. He's just been having network issues back and forth. So please,
Very well.
we won't take your time,
Very
please.
well.
Just,
Very well.
yeah,
Very well.
Yeah.
thank
Very
you.
well. Very well.
Thank you so much, Gloria, for the time. I truly appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Uh, yeah. Well, where can I start? Well, first to my South Africans brothers and sisters. That's I'll call you guys, because regardless of all the situations, you are still our brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to be quick, uh, I want to say that I'm originally from Angola, and but I live in the United States, for many years now. Um, And the other thing, let me just say to the brother that just finished that you guys, a lot of the South Africans actually come from my kingdom in Angola, Congo Kingdom. Your own king, Zulu king, said that. So, I know you were saying that you're older than some other countries. No, quite. Just check with the elders there, and they'll explain to you
Yes, my
about the
brother,
migrations.
I do agree with you. As
Okay. Okay.
Bantu,
Good.
we
Good.
all come
Good.
from
We're
a
good.
similar.
We're in agreement
I
on
don't
that.
deny
Okay. We start.
that.
We're starting good. All right, Gloria. So let me just say this: I'm sort of saddened in a way about the current situations in South Africa,
Hmm.
about how our brothers and sisters there have been marching and protesting, and with the violence in the mix.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, I'm really saddened because I know my history, right?
Hmm.
From Senegal to South Africa, I've studied, going back to our kingdoms, and it's sad because I understand the frustration from the the South African brothers and sisters.
Hmm.
But what I see is a misguided anger. The anger is being misguided to the wrong people, and I explain why.
Okay.
Um, so I know that there are no jobs. There are a lot of issues within the youth in South Africa, and and people feeling squeezed. But I think it's not the right approach that they're using. To be quite honest,
Hmm.
going into hospitals, removing people who are seeking care. That's not us. That's not African. No, I refuse to accept that. You know, going to schools, removing kids. In our traditional way of life, we revere to two forms of human beings in the motherland:
Hmm.
people who are sick, elders, and kids. And that's a no-no. I'm sorry, my brothers in South Africa, that's there's not a justification for the way you guys have been behaving. There's other ways to do it. And
Hmm.
I'll propose someone, as an outsider, but as an insider as well, as an African, and someone that my mind goes beyond the borders, the colonialists, the conference of Berlin created. My mind goes beyond that. So I know, in South Africa, a lot of the brothers and sisters like to say foreigners are committing crime and they're doing all the bad things. I, I, I mean, I agree in certain instances, but I also disagree in other instances. For example, um, your let's just say your unemployment has been pretty steady. If you look back 10 years ago, your unemployment has been between 24.9% to roughly 29%,
Hmm.
picking up in 2021. So if you guys are saying that in the past 4 or 5 years there have been this increase of migrants who are stealing your jobs, I beg to differ. I beg to differ because when you look at your education, and I have numbers here, just from looking at 2019, there are approximately 27 million South Africans youth out of school. Now, I maybe these numbers, I don't know if they're up to date, but you guys, there's a lot of people who are not going to school. And guess what happens? When people don't go to school, people don't have skills. And so what I see is a lot of the struggle, because if the education numbers were that high, usually migrants, whenever they go, I came as an immigrant here in the United States. Migrants do not overtake nationals. That's just a given. Because if you have the high tech, the say your nursing and your say mid-level job skills, those migrants that are opening shops, that are opening mechanic shops, that are opening all these trade on the streets would not take your jobs. Over here, I'll give you an example. Here in the United States, maids, cleaners, people that do these jobs, they're all Mexicans and South Americans, because people here, they have the basic, the standard for high school, or what we call till 12th grade. And the numbers, you finish your high school, you can do some retailer jobs, accept that.
Hmm.
And yes, I agree with you, brothers and sisters, that your government has failed you. And I think it's a wonderful thing that you guys can do to change the government. But please take the strong and that vibrant power that you have with the people that actually control your national resource, the economy. 72% of the land is owned by whites. Where's the smoke for them? I saw the other day a video, a brother going in and kind of not really begging, but just saying, "Hey, can you guys give us the jobs they're giving to the rest of the Africans, to our people? We are fighting for crumbs. Why? That's not the Congo people regional that I know. Okay, especially the people, I'm speaking to the people from KwaZulu Natal, because they're descendants of my lineage. The Congo people, we are warriors.
Mr. James, can I
So
just can I
I didn't interrupt you, sir. Let me
sure,
let
sure,
me
sure.
just, I did not interrupt you. Okay, let's
No
be
problem, no
cordial
problem.
here. So again, you guys keep claiming migrants. Let me look at your immigration. Your numbers here. You guys are total closer to 1 million people outside of South Africa. All right. So close to like 915,000. In the UK, you have about 355,000 people. In Australia, you have about 224,000 South Africans. In the United States, here where I live, you have about 139,000 people. In UAE, you have about 100,000 people. In New Zealand, you have about between 80 and 95,000. Do you think that the South Africans in this country that all high skilled? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. And I don't think that those countries that the South Africans are living, if there's a problem, the locals will not take matters into the South Africans. They'll go after the government. And that's how it's supposed to be. But you guys fail to realize that, because sometimes you are blind by, the emotions. Let me just say something here. And again, I'm saying this to so we can have a dialogue. But this is what I know, because this cuts deep. And the reason I'm saying it cuts deep, I lost two uncles in a war for your liberation. Today, South Africa is free because of a combined effort of all the countries, Nigeria, that have the money, Ghana, Tanzania. But I say myself, why? Because my uncles died in the battle of Kwitu Valley. Go look up that. That's the battle that we defeated the Boers, the white men. We told them that we are capable. And from that negotiation deal, Nelson Mandela was freed, Namibia became independent. That was the package that came from the United Nations. So it's really sad that a lot of our brothers and sisters South Africans are quick to forget. Yes, what I and I want to land. I don't want to continue for too long, And I just want to say, Gloria, respectfully, if you can sometimes speed up people, because when they keep continue like rumbling, sometimes people want a voice as well. So just
Yeah.
maybe if you can, yeah, keep the time. But I want to land my plane to say this: we we are only we only got ourselves. Remember that.
Yeah.
And I'm talking this, as again, I said, I'm descendant of the Congo people over there. And the Zulu, the brothers, they came from our lineage. So I'm speaking with the knowledge of our ancient wisdom. And I'm also a professional, I'm a professional engineer here. And
All right.
so I want to say this, yes, there's a room for improvement, South African brothers and sisters. Yes. Um, please come up with a plan about land reform. I didn't hear the brother that spoke about new elections, about land reform. You need land, claim your land. The Portuguese were in Angola, but they never took our land. We kicked them out with machetes. They were there,
Okay.
yes. And a lot of things that we went through is spiritually, the whole continent from Nigeria all the way to South Africa. A lot of the things are spiritual. We still in a lot of warfare and we don't even know it. So our the plan with this, please stop attacking the innocent, and if you identify criminals, yes, report them. And if you guys see that the police is not doing enough, then take the fight to the immigration. You know what I mean? But I want to say this though. I don't know if you guys remember, there's a gentleman by the name Peter Jaggers or Jaggers from Cape Town. He was a Cape Town boss from the mafia. He tried to steal uh, the drugs from the cartels. And there's a law that you can never steal from the cartels. So I know you guys like to blame the Nigerians, blame the Nigerians. This guy is a South African. There's also the Big Five cartel. Those are not Nigerians. So it's easy to latch on into the low hanging fruit, to latch on to blame all this guy, these foreigners, And Sister Gloria asked a very interesting question. Why are you allowing the Pakistani to go there and go interrupt the trade there deep down in the village? Why are you doing that? Why not bring the smoke to them? So like I said, to me, and I'll land here my point, my point, Gloria. And again, to my brothers and sisters in South Africa, please understand, I'm not here to be any ill will, none of that. I know my history. You guys are the extension of us, especially the Zulu people. Your own king said that. So because it pains me, cuts deep. I'm passionate about our people. And so I just want resolution. So from now on, please, if you there in South Africa, convince your brothers, hey, let's not attack them. Maybe the people that you see that are illegal, hey, go organize. Hey, you guys, I know you cannot stay here. Good. But please don't attack women. Don't attack elders. Don't attack people at the hospital. That's not us. We don't come from that. That's some European
All
stuff.
right.
They love violence. We don't like that.
All right.
And
Thank
with
you.
that, I'll land my plane. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much for all the points you raised. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I see your comments, your reactions in the comment section. And listen, I knew from the time I sent out this invitation for this live. I knew it was going to be a difficult conversation. I knew that people were going to get in their feelings, but what makes us better as humans is how we're able to manage our emotions. I see that tempers are flaring in the comment section, and that is not us, all right? In this community, we're open minded. we understand that everybody will not agree on one point. That is what makes us unique, all right? Our differences makes us unique. So please let us learn to listen. You can judge, but you can still judge politely, all right? There's no need to insult anybody. There's no need to call people names. There's no need to just be offensive, all right? We're here to have a conversation and to also seek for a way forward, away from what is happening now. All right. So please, no disrespecting anyone, please, I beg of us. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it mature as we've been doing for the past 3 hours now. All right. And thank you so much to Blackie and to Danny for pointing it out. I know that I have been allowing people to speak for a long time. That is because I see that people have a lot to vent about and to also unbottle. And that's why I allow people to keep talking for long. But I understand there are 2 people here that want to speak. So as you come up, please just keep it short, right? Try to keep it short. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's speak with Mr. James. Mr. James, thanks for your patience. You are welcome.
Yeah. Thank you too for. Thank you so much. Anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
I must let you know that I'm a Nigerian.
Okay.
And I lived in South Africa for over 10 years.
Okay.
And I want to look at this issue from both perspectives, South African perspective and the foreigner's perspective. Let me start with South African perspective.
Yeah.
During my primary school days in Nigeria, the Nigerian government took it as a responsibility to liberate South Africa. They started from where Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana stopped, because Ghana had some economic problems, so Nigeria took over. It's true, they helped South Africa, but there's a fundamental fact we need to know about the kind of assistance they rendered South Africa. I will not be biased at all, because fundamentally I'm an African before being a Nigerian. While they were helping South Africa, the South Africans were going through apartheid. They were completely cut off from the rest of Africa, particularly West Africa. They never knew what was going on in West Africa. They were not receiving receptions from our radio stations or television stations. They were blocked completely. Now, people like Thabo Mbeki, Steve Chiwete, Jacob Zuma, and a lot of them, they went out on this liberation struggle. They had a good time. The Nigerian government spent substantial amount of money. They gave it particularly to the ANC for liberation struggles. Now, I must be very frank that most of the money they gave to them was also embezzled by the Nigerian officials. For example, if they give them, let's say, 10 million naira, or what we call $10 million, about a quarter or so of it will be taken by the Nigerian government, but on paper, it is written that they are given X amount of money. It was a corruption deal. And those who lived outside, they had a very good time. The account was not audited because it was not a government. It was not it was not a recognized government while the ANC was fighting for liberation. The account was not audited. So they had a good time. At the end of apartheid, they went home. While they were outside, they were living like kings. They enjoyed the best of comfort in the world because of the money at their disposal. But when they got to South Africa, that source of income was no longer forthcoming. So they descended heavily on the state treasury. This is what led to the Heifer Commission? Yes, that sat at Bloemfontein, where they were investigating if Bulalula Nuka was an apartheid spy. Mark Maharaj, Shabi Sheikh, and others, they had a field day. Thabo Mbeki had no option than to set up a commission of inquiry to find out what's really going on with the Tails arms deal. And at the end of the day, Justice Heifer said that it cannot be established if Bulalani Nuka was an apartheid spy or not. That was a corruption case. Now, when we got to South Africa after 1994, They were very surprised to see us. Where were you while we were fighting apartheid? They saw us as a people who are coming to reap in a place they refuse to sow. Because those who were enjoying the best of comfort in the world in their name did not explain to them when they returned the kind of assistance they got from outside. So you cannot blame the native South African, technically, for seeing us as gold diggers. Let me put it that way. We were gold diggers from their own point of view because they didn't know what was going on outside South Africa. Now, it is the duty of the South African ANC officials to explain to their people what they went through, but that they cannot do because it will be self-incriminating. But legally, I think the lawyers, they have what they call vicarious responsibility. Vicarious responsibility, that is, I'm sorry, a principal cannot exonerate himself from the action of his agent. They were collecting this money in the name of South Africa, and they got the independence, they enjoyed the independence. So they cannot exonerate themselves from what their leaders did in getting the independence. Anyway, that is that. So this is why they are somehow resentful when it comes to this issue of xenophobia, because they see us as a people who contributed nothing to their liberation struggle. Now, another way of looking at it is this. I cannot come to your house and start dictating to you how to organize yourself, that this is not how I live in my house, forgetting that I'm no longer in my house, I'm not in your house. A situation whereby you come and establish a king, where there are recognized traditional institutions, constitutionally recognized. You come and impose a king on the people. To me, it is clearly unacceptable. The Ghanaians did not accept it. And it happened again in South Africa. So that's another way of looking at it. Then the issue of crime. If you read this book, what's the title? Cry the Beloved Country by Alan Paton. It was written in 1948. Crime is as old as South Africa. Crime is as old as South Africa. In that book, Stephen Kumalo came from a town called Undocheni in Natal to look for his sister or so. Then he discovered that his son, Absalom Kumalo, murdered a white man. And the boy was sentenced to death. If you read that book carefully, you discover that this problem South Africa is grappling with started way back 1948 or so, when the National Party officially recognized apartheid as a system of government. That is crime in South Africa. Nigerians met crime in South Africa, but when they got there, they took it as their personal property. For example, what I noticed is this. The Ugandans in South Africa, they are specialists when it comes to bank fraud. Bank fraud, to defraud banks, they are specialists.
Wow.
The Mozambicans, they are specialists when it comes to car snatching, stealing cars and driving it across the border. The Zimbabweans, they are specialists in paid assassins. If you want to kill anybody, it is very likely you find a Zimbabwean to do the job for you. The Nigerians are specialists in drug trafficking and 419 scam, that is so advanced fee fraud, tricking people through internet connection to get. So, and even the Ghanaians, they are specialists in what's it called? Visa racketeering and passports, those kind of stuff. So each country seems to specialize in particular areas of crime. They met crime in South Africa, but the fact that I'm unable to organize my home because I'm just getting out of apartheid, that is not enough reason for you to come and complicate the situation. That is another thing again. And I still believe they met crime in South Africa because if you know the number of illegal guns that are in circulation in South Africa, is very frightening. These guns have been declared wanted since apartheid up to now. They are still looking for they run into millions. It is not foreigners who brought the guns. The guns have been there. But what are the foreigners doing to assist them to overcome the problem of crime? You cannot come and complicate an already complicated problem just because you think you are more civilized. Let me put it that way. To me, it is unacceptable. what the South Africans, I think, I'm not advising them because I'm not the one to tell them how to run their country. In my country, we have mountains of problems higher than Mount Kilimanjaro. What I think, I'm just thinking, I'm not forcing it on them, they should fight corruption. If you look at the case of Shabi Sheikh versus Jacob Zuma, what Jacob Zuma did to the economy of South Africa is unquantifiable. That was during the days of Thabo Mbeki. Thabo Mbeki had cause to tell him to step aside as vice president because constitutionally he has a right, and he stepped aside. He fought his way back. When he fought his way back, he connived with the Gupta family. If you read the Zondo Commission on state capture, what happened there is beyond imagination. I mean, it is beyond comprehension. How can the president of a country connive with Indians, either Shabi Sheikh or the Gupta family, to wreck his country in such a criminally reckless manner? This is what the man did. But no South African is blaming him. What that man did alone, I'm sure, is what is responsible for what is happening now. Read the Zondo Commission, the full commission report. You will discover that all sectors of South African economy, as they rightly pointed out, state capture, the state was captured, be it the airways, the electricity corporation, water supply, road transport, all sectors of the economy was in the pocket of Jacob Zuma. What they pulled out of the country is what is responsible for this problem they are grappling with today. This is how I see it. It's a pity I will not be able to go into fine details because I've read quite a lot about the country and I lived in the country for over 10 years, and I know the intricacies. And one thing again is this, a situation whereby when the Zimbabweans come or Kenya come or Nigeria come, they say we are forming our family, what they call tribal union and things like that. The South African government should vehemently oppose it for one reason. There are laws and regulations governing activities in South Africa. If you have a problem with a fellow Nigerian or a fellow Ghanaian or a fellow whatever it is, go to the South African police. They have the capability to address your problem. You don't need to address it in a traditional way. It's not part of their, legal system. Let me cite an example of what happened to me. I had a problem with a Nigerian. In the course of, trying to sort things out, he promised to hire gunmen after me. I did not take the matter to the to the Nigerian community. I composed a letter to the provincial police headquarters in Braamfontein. I think somewhere around Jorrison Street, I can't remember. It's in Braamfontein. I could not take it to Hillbrow police station because that police station is rotten to the core. So when I got there, I met a white man. The white man took the letter, read it, stamped it, and said, "You will hear from us, go." So I left. When I got home the following day, I got a telephone call from John Foster Police Station, Market Street in Johannesburg. I met a white man there. The man examined the case and asked me to go, that you will hear from us. Then I left. When I left, about less than a week later, I heard that this man who threatened to shoot me was shot dead in Berea. So I was alarmed. I rushed back to Market Street, John Foster Police Station, to report the case, that I believe in the rule of law.
Yeah.
This is why I brought the matter to you legally. I know nothing about the death of this man. Then they said, okay, they will investigate. The investigation revealed that this man was going after people's women, and they sent a gunman after him. That is why he was killed. If I had taken the matter to the Nigerian community, they wouldn't have been able to solve it the way the South African government was, going about it. They did not care to know if I'm a South African or whatever it is. They followed the law to the letter. So this is how it is. So a situation whereby they allow people to form tribal unions to solve their, a criminal matter cannot be solved in a tribal way. They have to follow the due process of law. In South Africa, it's governed by laws and not men. There are laws governing the activities of people in South Africa. This they are not willing to do. And lastly, the way the foreigners, the effrontery they display in committing crimes is very frightening. Now, there's a place they call Hillbrook, a neighborhood. There's a building they call High Point. It's at the it's a quadrangle: Quad Street, Twist Street, Clem Street, I think Pretoria Street also. I mean, it's a tall building, twin towers. In the evenings, you go there, you see them hawking drugs as if they are selling granules. You get the point? Now, this is, I mean, it's so nasty. Secondary school children, these are things I cannot explain. So I got so fed up, and with the increasing level of crime in the country, I had no option than to pack up. I packed up and I walked out of the country in peace. I could not even renew my residence permit because of the tag placed on Nigerians. Whenever you go to any place to solve any problem, immediately they see you as a Nigerian, you are a criminal.
Yeah.
But I had my workshop at a place called Doro Fountain, Bate Street, near Technicon Wetwatersrand, near IH Harris Primary School, Doro Fountain Station. That is why I had a workshop where I was practicing engineering. But however, it got to a point I could no longer tolerate the situation. So South Africans, frankly speaking, I cannot blame them for doing whatever they are doing now. But they should please try to understand the situation in other African countries. Things are not, the ground is not level at all. This is why particularly Nigerians are trooping out of the country.
Yeah.
Nigeria is the only country in Africa where your capabilities and limitations are determined by your place of birth and the tribe you belong.
True.
If they want an engineer in a place of work, the first thing they ask is, where were you born? Were you born in the north or south? Is your father
They
a
ask you
member
who
of
sent you. Who
who
sent you?
sent you? Exactly. Do you have a godfather or those kind of things? And
Yeah.
they take undue advantage of women. So this is why I personally walked out of the country for almost 40 years now. I have not been to the country since I walked out of the country. I got tired. I'm tired of saying I am tired of the whole situation. So I really sympathize with the people of South Africa. They never bargained for this. Their leaders should be taken to task. If I commit a crime in South Africa, the police should take me to court and they discipline me just the way they would discipline a native South African committed the same crime. And that, I think, to a very large extent, they are ready to do. But Rome was not built in a day.
Yeah.
This problem they are grappling with started 400 years ago when the white man got there. They've not known peace. This is the time they're supposed to be enjoying a semblance of peace, let me put it that way, because apartheid was deep-rooted. So for people to come and start complicating issues, to me, it is unacceptable. This is how I see it. I want to thank you very much for your effort. I wish I will be able to join your program again. I don't know when you will be on air.
Next week, Saturday, yeah, definitely.
At what time?
The same 3 p.m. 3 p.m. WAT.
That West African time?
Yes, sir.
That is Accra time.
Yes, Nigerian time, 3 p.m. WAT. Yeah.
Oh, Nigerian time. Okay. Thank you so
Nigerian
much.
time. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to sign out. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for all the insight you have given. Thank you so much. And
Maybe
I also
I will join you next week. I don't know.
Okay.
Are you going to continue with the same topic?
Yeah, it depends on it depends on where we leave off today. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening. Yeah. I mean, I am happy that we spoke with Mr. James because I was really looking forward to hearing from a Nigerian that also lived in South Africa and also lived in Nigeria. You know, someone that has tasted both worlds to share their experience with us. All right, let's speak with David. David, hi. You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because it looks like some people spent 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and there are lots of people. And again, the comment section is very bubbly. Let's just put it that way. And I just want to say this to people. This is a very tough topic to talk about. I recognize that Um, it looks like people are coming from sides. They've made up their mind that this is what they want to say, right? And
Yeah.
doesn't matter what the other person is saying, you're not listening to the other person. And in fact, you are calling the other person, that you're saying the other person is coming online and they're not changing their mind, while you yourself are not changing your mind. So it's so tough. I mean, when you said you were going to do this talk about this, I wanted to know, educate myself. There's always the danger of a one-sided story, right?
Yeah.
What I will not do is I will not do, like, say I live in Soweto or I live in anywhere. I won't say I have the lived experience of what's going on there, right? So
Mm.
I'm not going to do that, and I won't call anyone out for what their opinion is. You can't beat a child and tell the child how to cry,
Yeah.
right? So I'm not going to say we shouldn't do that, actually, right? And like, not the last speaker, but the two before him, right? The one
Mm.
before Mr. James, and then the one before that one, right? Who
Yes.
literally laid out lots of things without emotions, right? It's good to
Mm.
know that. That's why I wanted to hear the other side. I wanted to know what's going on. One of them said something that I want to highlight, right? Which is, there might be a third part. There might be a third party involved in all of this. You know, it's very easy for you to point fingers at someone else. The
Mm.
way the way it works is, when there's scarcity of resources, right,
Mm.
and people are struggling, you have to look for who am I going to scapegoat, right?
Mm.
And you have to scapegoat the lowest hanging fruit. That's what happens, right? So
Mm.
you will have to say, okay, this is the weakest person, and I'm going to, and it might be true. It might be true. I mean, imagine, why would someone pick up their bags from anywhere, Lagos, Accra, I don't know, Luanda, wherever, right? Travel to South Africa, go in illegally, or maybe they were there legally, but their papers expired and they didn't
Mm.
get out of the place, go in illegally, right? And then begin to commit crimes. Why would
Mhm.
that person do that? Why would somebody do that, right? And if you trace that story, right, the other guy said something that 60% of the people in the immigration offices there are corrupt, right?
Mm.
So there is a transaction here going on, right? At every
Mm.
point in time, the person you are seeing on the streets of Joburg, the foreigner you're seeing, the illegal foreigner that you're seeing in the streets of Joburg, how did the person get there? He or she might have gone through lots of people also helping him to remain there,
Mm.
right? I'm not excusing that the fact of that the person should not be there, right? Because
Mhm.
again, if you have your house, you won't leave your doors open. Nobody leaves
Mhm.
their door open in the middle of the night, right? You're going to close your
Yes.
doors. You have laws. You have rules and regulations. You don't want. There's no the open borders is crazy. You know, it's not the same as Pan Africanism. Just because you are doing Pan Africanism doesn't mean you should have open borders. No, absolutely not, right? But back to my point, right? So that person that came through, that person living in Joburg, committing crime or selling hawking on the streets and becoming a nuisance in the country where he or she is residing, right? The person was most likely someone helped bribe, accepted bribe, or is looking the other way for that person to remain where they are, right? Now,
Yes.
my thing now is, why then do you, knowing what I just said, right? And again, I'm not excusing that is right. It is wrong for you to be in a place illegally, right? Why would
Mhm.
you only target that person and not target the entire chain that led the person to that point? Why
Mm.
will why will you only target the individual that you see? Is it because it's a low hanging fruit and this is the person I'm seeing in front of me, and I can't
Mm.
see the other people that all the precursor to that person I'm seeing in front of me? Is that the issue here? Right?
Mm.
That's number one. Because if you really want to trace it all the way, then the government is you're going to say the government implicated, right? And you're going to say that's they have to put that on the government too, right?
Yeah.
So that's number one. Number two, and you have to ask yourself questions. Number two is this: why will you attack? Why are we not seeing pictures, videos of other non-black Africans illegal? I'm stressing illegal now because in the comment section people keep saying, "Oh, we're only talking about illegal people." Well, the people that fit that question, illegal, right? But they are not
Mm.
black Africans, right? But they are not
Yeah.
being attacked. We're not seeing those people. Remember when he said, the guy who said that in the rural part of the country, there are some places where you see some Pakistanis and all that, right? Why are those
Mhm.
people not attacked? Or are they being at now? I'm being fair here. Are they being attacked and with the news is not letting us see it? And if the news is not, if they are being attacked too, when I say attack, the protest, is it also taking, are they taking the protest to those guys, those not non-black Africans that are illegal? Are they taking the protest to them too? And the media is not showing us? If the answer is no, right, then that's a problem. That means
Mhm.
that the protest is being biased in who they want to scapegoat and who they don't want to scapegoat.
Mhm.
If the answer is yes, that the media is not showing those ones, but it's happening, then the media is there's a conspiracy going on to pitch black on black. No matter how
Mhm.
you want to see it, no matter how you want to see it, the question is what is going on, right? Now, let me put on my medical hat, right? And I don't know if this is true, right? I saw, and I don't know if you, Glory, correct me if I'm wrong. There is a video, and even the people there from South Africa here, you can Google this. This is not AI, right? There's a video of someone going to a hospital and telling people there, stabilize them and get them out, out,
Yeah.
discharge. And in fact, the one guy, I think the guy from Angola or
Mm.
Congolese, Congo, DRC or something, and he said, "Oh, they said, where's your papers?" Blah blah blah. Right? I'm happy they actually asked for his papers, actually, but
Mm.
that's beside the point. Do you know what it means for you? Forget about the status of the individual, right? And I know they said, oh, they should use private hospitals and not public hospitals, right? Because the resources are scarce. Back to that issue of resources are scarce, right? But do you know what it means for you to discharge patients that are not supposed to be discharged medically? Imagine if one of those people has Ebola or
Mm.
a communicable disease, and just because of tendencies of not, you now discharge them to the streets, and then
Mm.
even you that you're a citizen of the country, you get affected. So why would you do that to a fellow human being? You should think about how to close the loopholes and how to make sure those loopholes remain closed.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know how to explain this more than, you see, in the moment you have to remove your emotions from the truth. Again, no one is saying, I remember I started by saying you can't teach someone, beat them and tell them how to cry. So no one can
Mhm.
tell, you can only say, okay, this is what may happen in this situation, but the choice is still in the hands of the individuals to decide what they want to do. And if they have decided that this is who they want to prioritize, they want to prioritize the black Africans, right? Then I have this one. This is where I'm gonna come to an end very soon, right? There's something called MAGA, and everyone in the world knows what MAGA is. MAGA, right?
Mm.
You know what MAGA? You know one of the what MAGA has done in this, and why I'm bringing it to this topic, right? Is this when MAGA started? MAGA said things like, uh, "We're trying to make this country great, make America great again," right? And we're against illegal immigration. That's what they kept saying, right? And
Mm.
that was what they said. But now it has become obvious that it's not illegal alone. It's legal and illegal, right? So which
Mm.
one is it? When you are in the heat of the moment in a protest, do you not know that a protest can actually be hijacked by people
Of
with
course.
with bad ideas? And that even though your protest may be good and the intention may be worthy to be done, but because someone has hijacked it, it's going to, and it's the part of the process that is bad that's going to be played out. Right now, when people say they're only saying it's only illegal, I don't really buy that. I don't buy that because that's how it starts. You say you're only after the illegal, then after a while, you see that it doesn't solve the problem because, well, the good thing is when all the at least sizable amount of the illegals are gone, then you goes to legal now, right? Then
Mhm.
when you go to the legal, it's a slippery slope. It doesn't
Mhm.
stop. And for anyone who thinks that every country in this world in of itself is self-sufficient, it's a lie. There is no country that is self-sufficient. It's just that there is a wave of protectionism going on right now around the world. So it's not just South Africa. A lot of countries are closing their borders, and like I said, you don't want open borders, right? What you
Mhm.
want is for the lady who said a long time ago, who said something about we get the lowest of the low that are the ones that come to South Africa, right?
Mm.
Whose fault is that though? Who is it? Not someone that allowed you enter into the country? It's not
Mhm.
a law, so you have to pay attention to where the problem is. I'm not saying you should not do something right now. When you have a strategy and there's no end in sight. What is the okay after you do this protest and do this protest? How is going? What is it going to lead to? I'm happy one of two other guys said something about elections, right? In
Mhm,
fact, you have to be careful that you are not a tool in the hand of a politician.
mhm.
There's a thin line between you being a tool in their hands and you actually taking your future in your hands. And you may not know which one you are until the truth comes out, right?
Yeah.
So ultimately, this is where I'm going to end. I'm going to say do things fairly. If it's only illegal, let us know it's only illegal. There are videos out there that suggest that they are attacking legal too. I'm just
Mhm.
saying it now, right? And I
Yeah,
don't know. This is the issue now. So in the comment section, you can say that it's only illegal, but that's not what we are seeing, right? So maybe you should also control the narrative that's coming out. If you say you don't care about, if you say you don't care about, yeah, legal or illegal, exactly. If you say you don't care about legal or illegal, then let it be clear that that's what you're saying, because we're getting conflicting pictures. Look at the comments you just put now. This person said legal and illegal, right? If you look at other people from the same places, they are saying no, it's only illegal. So which one is it? That's what I'm. Just tell us what it is, right? And then everyone is going to make they'll act accordingly. Do you understand? The people that have to get out of the country will get out of the country. Final point. There's one very weak argument that people make. This is where I'm going to end, right? They say things like this, and this is every across the board, every social media platform when they want to make a case for why they are doing this. All right. They'll say something like, go back to your country, right? I don't
mm,
think you've heard that before. Go back to your
mhm.
country, go and build your own country. Well, I don't know. That is a partially true statement. You know why? There are people from wealthy countries that emigrate. There are people from wealthy country that emigrate. So don't make it sound like it's only people that are poor that leave their country. No,
Mhm.
it's not. That is not it. Maybe the most amount is yes, but it's not 100% true. Ultimately, the internet does not forget.
Mhm.
And I'm finding it hard to say this, but when things are shown and you don't you don't correct the narrative either because you don't really care, but at the end of the day it comes back to now become something you have to care about, it might be too late. I think I'm going to
True.
stop here because it's just
Yeah,
tough. And it's not going to solve anything, I guess. It's just people
yeah.
are just hearing other sides of the story. At least I know
Mhm.
there's a problem with illegal immigration. But look at the statement there now saying legal too, right? So if you have a legal person, if someone who is legal, who is a black African, not from South Africa, has a skill set that is so that no one else or very few people have, you are still saying that person should not come to your country. That's what you're saying, right? And the person can actually bring economic growth to your country and set up business that's going to hire people that are productive. You're still saying don't bring them in. That's what you're saying. But if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Yeah, they should
Absolutely.
just know where. Don't waste your energy putting going to the streets and arguing when you can change the government, right? Change the government, put major on the major and not major on the minor, right? I'm not saying
Yeah.
protests I don't have a place, but I've not seen if you do a historical check, go to anything you do online, go to cloud, go to any AI stuff, right? Gemini and all that. Ask the simple question around the world, right? Between protesting and changing the government, which one is likely to give more results to the citizens of that country? They'll tell you it is to actually change the government and not just
Mm.
to protest. Yeah, I'll,
Exactly.
I'll end there. Yeah, I'll end it there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. There was something you said about wealthy people also do migrate to other countries. You see, yeah, that point, I think we need to even speak more about it because a lot of people think migration is you just wake up one morning, pick up your bag, and you move. They don't understand that it actually involves a lot of expenses. People, for example, from Nigeria who plan on migrating to other countries, they literally sell everything that they have back home just to raise funds to move to other countries. Because when they move to other countries, it's not like automatically they start living on the streets. No, they have to be housed somewhere. They have to feed. They have to hold themselves for some days or months before they now get a job, or then probably look for how to start up a business. So migration in itself is actually quite expensive, except for refugees, people who are victims of, or casualties of war, or terrorist attacks, or whatnot like that, but I think because I'm reading the comment section right now, and it's just really sad because, as David said when he started speaking, that some people have made up their mind. Their mind will not be changed. What they believe, what they stand for, is what they want to stand for. But there's something I want us to take away from this conversation today. You need to try to unlearn to be able to learn new things. And the new things we're trying to send to you today is that migration is not something that is going to end anytime soon. Why? The world is a global village. People move from one place to another. It has been going on for thousands of years. It will continue, it will not stop. If you do not want foreigners in your country, you now going by yourself to now you want to throw them out, it's not really going to work out that way.
Let me
Hence the
go.
reason. Yeah.
Glory, let me
Come
help
on.
you out, right?
Yeah.
There's a very good way of breaking down migration, right? You have
Mm-hmm.
push factors and pull factors, right? Is that you are being pushed to that place, or you're being pulled to that place, right? Push
Mm-hmm.
factors are things like this. That's the one that people highlight the most. They say things like, so you are pushed away from where you are. So if your country is poor, there's no unemployment is high, you're going for economic reasons. You're an economic migrant, right? There's famine in your country, there's war, so asylum seeking, that is all push factor, and that's what most people see, right? But there's also
Mm-hmm.
pull factor, right? That is positive factors that attract people to that new location, right? So
Mm-hmm.
maybe there's just better job opportunities there, higher wages, there's more safety, right? Better education. There are two. Those are the two. Those things can pull you there, right? So you can
Mm-hmm.
be for with all intents and purposes, you can be a poor migrant, and you can be a rich migrant. There's no, if you use a blanket statement to say everyone from this country must be poor, then that's wrong. That is obviously wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that regardless of this, when I said that people have made up their mind, right? When that lady made the story she gave when she said that she is South African in South Africa, went to look for a job, and they told her she cannot get the job because can you imagine how bad that is?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you can't be, even if you are against this, if you think it's xenophobia and against it, you can't read that, listen to that story and say it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if you go to a foreign land, right, the owners of the land should have some privileges before you. It's the fact. So why would you not hire someone from that country, and then you
Mm-hmm.
say, and in that country, right? Unless you are saying the person doesn't have the skill set you're looking for. However, mirror what I just said now, put that beside going to your hospital and just discharging people because they are not, don't deny them care,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the two things can be wrong. I don't know how to say this. Like, two things can actually be wrong. It's a tough place to get to, a point to accept. Humans generally do not want to accept that they're wrong. It's a
Mm-hmm.
known thing. There's the psychology of man is, if you point to the fact that they are wrong, they'll fight you, right? They will not agree. They will say no, they are not wrong, right? And even when you have stronger uh premises, opinions, or points, and even if it's backed with fact or data, it's not going to relate. Some people will just say no, I don't want to agree with you, and there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Sure.
And at the end of the day, what will happen in that case is this: you allow things play out,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this 2026, right? We'll look back. I will find out who was right or who was wrong. It's just a matter of time. Time is a good judge, right? You do what you're doing. Keep doing, having just a simple Google search. Xenophobic countries, countries that have xenophobia, that have practiced in the past, and the ones that have not practiced in the past. How many of them have done well? History has a lesson. Anyone can Google this information, right? In your current state, it may save you temporarily, but in your permanent state, it may actually make you go back worse. So, which one is it? it's easy to again. I'll say it's easy to go to the streets and protest, right? But will the protest change the game? And
Mhm.
does the protest protect the people that you are you protesting? One, are you protesting to the right person? And is the protest doing? Is it going to? If it's going to do what it's going to do, then I don't have a problem. But if it's not going to do what you want it to do, then why did you go through all that? I have to keep quiet now. It's a lot. It's a lot, Gloria. It's just. I mean,
Nah, the comment section is bursting my head open. You see, that lady's story, when she was speaking, I was breaking over here. And the one thing that was just going through my head was, why is there no law? I mean, knowing that that is the situation, right? Because there's no way the government is not aware that certain establishments does not hire South Africans, but instead they will rather hire people from certain countries
it's
because they
just
feel.
exactly.
Exactly. So why are there no laws for, like, I don't know what they call it. Somebody correct me. Maybe like business laws, operational laws, that if you are a foreign entity that you want to come and establish a business in South Africa, you must hire at least 60% or maybe 50% of the employees in order
Let
to
me
be from
help
South
you out.
Africa.
So let me help you out, Glory. Right, in the United States of America, right? If you're on H-1B, that's a work visa, right? If you want to
Mm,
file an H-1B for anyone, an Indian, wherever, in IT, whatever, right, or in the hospital, you have to have you must have the labor, the Department of the Bureau of Labor, right, Department of Labor, right. You have to
mm,
prove that organization, that or company must prove to them that they have advertised, and no U.S. citizen, no green card holder God can has been able to show that they have the skill set necessary for that job before they will now give the foreign person. So you have to there is a hierarchy here, and the people of the land must come first. I'm sorry, there's
mm,
no way around it.
exactly.
This concept of you have skills, but we don't need skills in drug hijacking and cars and blah. We've already said that those people are bad. I've moved past that. Like I'm not talking. I've already said that illegal person is illegal, and someone who commits crime should be punished. Right. So that's not
Mhm,
what we are saying. We are saying if someone has a skill that you do not have, and you don't I'm very clear about this thing, you don't have that a skill that is beneficial to the society, but the person is a foreigner and the person is an African, will you now come for that person too? Do you, like, when do you draw the line?
exactly.
Glory, it's one thing to have laws, it's another thing to have to enforce the laws.
Hmm.
So there might be laws on the books, for example, that says don't hire that person and all that. But where corruption comes in is in multiple. That's why this is a multi-layered issue, right? Number
Hmm.
one, there might be faults. You might have a faulty policy itself, right? Maybe they don't
Hmm.
even have the law. Two, they may have the law, but the people that are supposed to do the law will not just. If you don't enforce the law, then it's still not gonna happen. And
Hmm.
corruption is what makes that happen like that, right? I
Hmm.
know, but I don't want to enforce it, right? And then you wait till when it's close to elections, then you now start saying something, right? So Mama Bato is saying that there's a law. Yeah, I'm sure there's a law like that also in the NSA, right?
Hmm.
Like I said, in the US, there's a law like that. But at the end of the day, if you don't enforce the law, it's useless.
Exactly.
But then, if you don't enforce the law, who do you blame though in that situation? Do you blame the person who did not enforce the law, or the person who's using the loophole, and that's the person you're now hitting on the head?
Hmm. Hectic, hectic. David, I'm glad you're still here. And I think we need to also address what xenophobia really means, because that
Okay.
is one thing that has been very misunderstood in the comment section. I see people using it in statements that is kind of out of context. Um, I can't pronounce your name, but 5069 is saying, Speaker, we're protesting the government and you have decided that SA is xenophobic. There's nothing we can do about that. I think we should first of all define what xenophobia means and then look at it in the context that we're using it. All right.
Yeah.
If you check Google or any dictionary you have, it says xenophobia is the irrational fear, distrust, or hatred of foreigners, strangers, or anything perceived as foreign or different. All right, irrational fear. So xenophobia is not saying that you are killers No, this is what it means. All right. So when people are saying South Africans are meting out xenophobic attacks on Black illegal migrants, this is what it means. All right. That
So so for
reaction, that fear,
so
that distrust.
so Glory, I can actually let me talk to the 5069. Actually, I was reading our comments on this before I came on, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I was too harsh, right, when I said I'm not saying the whole country is xenophobic. No, maybe that's what the person is getting, right. You can't actually say a whole country is xenophobic. You cannot say
Hmm.
that. How will I say 60 something million people are xenophobic? I don't know that, right? The
Yeah.
same way you can't say everyone is good in a place, you can't say everyone is bad. You just read the definition of xenophobia. It has everything to do with perception,
Hmm.
right? And everything to do with based on that perception, you make some actions, right? You take some
Yeah.
steps, right? And by the way, xenophobia in Japan, if you go back historically, when the Japanese before the World War II, when Japan was very xenophobic and all that, they it can be beneficial when, like I said, when the resources are scarce, you can again protectionism protecting your country from is not the same as xenophobia. They're not the same, right? So not everyone is xenophobia in South Africa. Absolutely not. I have friends, even here, Mama Batho, right? There are people there are not xenophobic in South Africa, right? Mama Batho is on the call. There are a lot of people there. We have a lot of friends, right? But um, when you say that the reason, like you read, when they say something is xenophobic, is because you have some perceived perception about foreigners, and is heightened. And based on that perception, you now make some steps. What the why this one is pretty funny is there are lots of foreigners. Why is it a set of foreigners that you are only focusing on?
Hmm.
Either way, that's where the issue is. And why is it that it's only the ones that are black? It's struggle. It's see, if we see, assuming there are videos out there that they were protesting, and there's a man, they asked somebody from Pakistan, go to your country, right? From Lebanon, go to your
Hmm.
country. I don't think people will be like, they'll be like, oh, it's everything there, it's all there, it's all there. Yes, it's true. The person that said that is correct. When Ghana must go xenophobic, it doesn't change the fact that what's also going on. Again, two things can be right. Yet,
Hmm.
so you can be xenophobic. A country can be telling you a person can be xenophobic, but the country itself has people that are not xenophobic in it. Gloria, are you okay? Looking for stuff?
Yes, sorry. Oh my God. I have somebody at my door, so I'm trying to let them
No, we're
know.
done. Though. We're done. We can end it. You can end it if you
Yeah.
want, whenever you want to end it.
Yeah.
Well,
So
it's,
that's
it's
fine.
exciting. We'll see how it goes. I just know that time is going to tell everyone in the world if this is the right move or not. I will know if it's the right move. I don't need time to tell me much. As long as the government they do some governmental changes and they actually enforce the immigration laws they have, then they don't
Hmm.
need to start letting their citizens put hands on people on the streets.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to get to that very, very granular level. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Address the problem at the higher level, and then you won't be in a situation where we're having this kind of 3.5 hours meeting and we're talking about it, and every channel on YouTube everyone is talking about it for the past 2 or 3 months or 3 weeks or something, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Absolutely.
thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much for your contribution. I really appreciate. Guys, I would have loved to add more people, but we've been here for over 3 hours, and I know I think South Africa is 1 hour behind or 1 hour ahead. Okay, I think South Africa is 1 hour ahead. So we've really taken so much time, and I really want to end the conversation right now. But before we go, right, I just want to say this for the sake of clarity again. All right. Um, this conversation today was not intended in any way to judge, to point fingers, at South Africans, or to tear you down in any way. No. The real intention was to understand your plight, hear your stories, hear your reality, have you share that with us. And a lot of you have actually done that. And I really appreciate your courage for coming out to come and share with us, because now we have like a full picture of what exactly your reality is. And the truth is, there is no country that does not have these kinds of issues, right? So we're not going to now look at South Africa like, oh, that is just like the tick out of the box. No. So I appreciate all of you for coming out to share. Yeah, I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate the fact that a lot of you took out time to really explain, either by speaking to us or by, engaging in the comment section. I really appreciate that. But one more thing, I am begging you all, however way you can make impact in your various communities, I am begging you all that if there's one thing that you should take away from today's conversation, let it be that going after these illegal immigrants by yourself is not the way forward. We're begging. It is not the way forward. I know that a number of you, maybe out of anger, maybe out of frustration, you have declared here today that you don't care about the optics. You don't care about the global perception. You don't care about what people think about you. See, the truth is, a time will come when you will care. A time will come when you will care. It's just the natural order of things in this world that we live in. A time will come when you will care. A lot of people have spoken also today that the people that you should hold accountable for all of these abnormalities and the fact that they are even happening in your society is the government. It is the government. It has been established that is it home affairs in your country, people in charge of migration, people in charge of documentation. There's a lot of corruption going on in there. See, how do you solve a problem? Is it not from uprooting it from the roots? Exactly. So what is the root cause? Identify the root cause. These people perpetrating these crimes in your society, how do they even come in the first place? Illegally. How do they come in illegally in the first place? That is where you need to go and address your immigration officers. They need to do the right thing by checking, which is a normal thing. If you're going to remove illegal immigrants in your country, you have to do it the legal way. Protesting is the right of any democratic society. And what you people are doing already, yeah, you're protesting, that is in your right. However, if you now include violence, because some people are also saying that, oh, nobody's being harassed. Come on. If you are saying nobody's being harassed, you're trying to gaslight the entire world the entire world who has actually watched videos and seen live streams of some protesters actually, harassing and beating up these Black Africans. So you can't come and declare boldly that nobody is being harassed. No, people are actually being harassed. Let's call a spade a spade. All right. Let's call a spade a spade. So we are not trying to teach you how to resolve issues in your society. We're not trying to teach you how to get results in your country. Because as far as I'm concerned, personally, I actually admire how courageous South Africans are in tackling issues that press on them. I actually admire how brave people are, especially when you're going for your protest, you want results, you're not afraid of your government. You go after your government because you know that your government officials, they are just humans, just like you. So I really admire you people's bravery. And I really do wish that Nigeria, especially, we actually have that kind of guts to really go after our government, because there's just a lot of corruption going on in Nigeria as it is, right? So as much as you people have your right to protest, try to do things the legal way. That's all what we are calling for. Try to do things the legal way. Because at the end of the day, you don't want the story to change. I've listened to all of you South Africans that joined this conversation today to tell your story. And your stories are heartbreaking. Your realities are valid. That is your reality in your society. They are valid. That is your raw experience. And you want the world to actually focus on that other than focusing on the violence that is being meted out on these so-called illegal immigrants. I don't know if you get what I mean. So for those people that are saying that they don't care about the optics, they don't care about the perception, you should care. The reason you should care is because you have real issues on ground that you want your government to actually handle. But by taking matters into your own hands, by taking the laws into your own hands and doing things that becomes illegal, meting out harm on people who are not even supposed to be touched at all, you are not diverting the attention. You are unknowingly, you are allowing that anger to, you're diverting attention from the real issues to what you are actually doing. So the story now, the narrative now out there is that these South Africans are actually, violent towards Black immigrants. That is the narrative out there now. I know you say you do not care about the perception. Trust me, that is the narrative out there. If I did not have this heart-to-heart conversation with the bulk of you South Africans today, I will not really understand the gravity of these issues that you are complaining about. But how do you go about it matters. You have to go about it in a very, very smart way. In a very, very smart way that will not deviate the attention from the real issues. Because what's happening now is that people are now focusing on the violence that's being meted out on Black immigrants. So if you want to get result, you have to do it the smart way. There's no two ways about it. You have to do it the smart way. Exactly. You have to do it the smart way. You do not want people to look at you as, spineless. You do not want people to look at you as you're cowards. You cannot go after the real people that are actually holding on to your land. You don't want people to look at you that way. You want people to see you as you have direction. You know what you're going after. You know what you're doing. So that is the message today. Yes, the person that is telling me Votesque, thank you for the insults. Yeah, you're being disrespectful, but yeah, whatever. I'm not here to banter words with anybody. There was no intention to have any offensive banters with anybody today. So yeah, whatever. I see someone saying, Glory, you are ignorant like most of your people. Well, if you put it that way, you are only projecting that perception of South Africans that the only thing people know how to do is to insult people other than having an enlightened conversation. But I'm not going to think that way because I have listened to people like I've forgotten this guy's name. He was one of the speakers. He actually spoke very, very intelligently, and I would listen to him anytime, any day, other than listening to someone that would hurl insults at me, but without actually making sense at all. So once again, my gratitude goes to every single person who shared and contributed to today's conversation in a very mature and open-minded way, without hurling insults, without bringing in the, oh, Nigerians are stupid conversation. I thank you. I am grateful. I am really, really grateful for your maturity and for your open-mindedness for having this kind of conversation with us today. Thank you all so much. We will see what happens for the rest of the week, but we will still meet here again next week, Saturday, same time, 3 p.m. WAT. All right. The conversation is now going to be directed at us Nigerians. The conversations are difficult, but we need to have these conversations. And the reason I'm saying that the conversation is going to be directed at Nigerians is because of some of the lines of argument that some of the protesters have used. There was a particular line, a particular statement that was made on one of the videos I watched. I had this conversation with a friend and we had a huge debate about it, right? I'll tell you what was said. So this person said, not one person anyways, but this person said, the South African said that you Africans running to South Africa, running to other countries, why can't you stay in your own countries and fix things? Why do you leave things the way they are? Why can't you challenge your government? Why are you running away? Why are you leaving home? Why are you jackpying? Why are you migrating to other countries? You see, that statement, as much as the context in which it was used was really hurtful, it actually made me think a lot. And I've been thinking about it all week. So next week, Saturday, the direction of this conversation is going to change to us Nigerians. And I would really love to engage all of you. So I look forward to seeing all of you next week, Saturday, 3 p.m. WAT. All right. But in the meantime, once again, my fellow Africans, that is you, South Africans, listen, I love you all so much. I appreciate you all so much. I have friends and acquaintances from South Africa, based in South Africa, based in other parts of the world, who are very intelligent human beings, who are doing great and thriving in their different areas of expertise. And these people are some of the most brilliant minds that I've ever encountered in my adult years. And if there is one thing I really love about them, it is their ability to smartly address issues, their ability to use enlightenment to strategically handle issues other than towing the path of violence. So do the right thing today. Do the right thing. Do not allow the world to see you people as, I don't know, as what you do not want them to see you as. Again, I know you do not care about the optics. I know you say you do not care about the perception, but trust me, in this world that we live in today, as a Nigerian that suffers from a very, very negative perception, I have not committed any crime in my life. God sees my heart. But anywhere I go, I try to travel, I apply for a visa here and there. Just at the mention of my national identity as a Nigerian, I am already cancelled out. I know what it means to come from a country that has a negative perception as a stigma already attached to your identity. It affects you everywhere you go. You are born into that negative perception. Sometimes you do not, I never chose to be Nigerian. I never chose to be born into this country. But this year, I am 36 years old. But guess what? As much as I try to be a better human, a law-abiding citizen, I try to do my best to live right, to do things right. I try to go to certain places, but guess what? Just because I am Nigerian, there's already a perception, there's already a stigma above my head, a very invisible stigma above my head. So I'm trying to go to this place. Oh, but because I am Nigerian, it's like that door is closed. So I have to work 10 times harder than someone else who is not Nigerian to get to a certain place. So, dearest South Africans, you keep on saying you do not care about how the world sees you. Trust me, a time will come when you will care. A time will come if you continue in this path. People are going to see you as a danger to society. They're going to see you as, a volatile situation in itself. You do not want that kind of perception because trust me, it's not a good one. It is not a good one. Some days you will just wake up and you're thinking about your life, like, why am I from this country? Why am I from this country? What did I do to become, to be tied under such negativity? It happens. It happens. When I was born, did I know anything about this negative perception about Nigeria and Nigerians? I never knew. But growing into my adult years, now I am realizing that I am just indirectly suffering for the sins of people I have never met in my life, people I've never heard of, people I don't know anything about. And Nigeria is not the only country that has a negative perception in the global community. There are people from certain countries too. I don't want to mention them, but there are people for certain countries that also, in fact, some countries, some people from certain countries, they're already tagged as terrorists. So when they are looking for visas to certain countries, they already marked X. They are not given access. Some people from those countries, they are not the ones committing those crimes. But because there are others from those countries committing those crimes, it's now generalized. So that perception has now created a massive red X on their head. Their identity is now a curse to them. So, dear South Africans, do not allow your struggles to be, the attention of your struggles to shift to something else that you will regret much later in the future. And a lot of you are saying that you're trying to build your country. It's okay to build your country. In fact, I am gunning for you. I'm rooting for you. I admire your courage. I admire your bravery in tackling your government. But you do not want that negative perception. Trust me, it is never a good one. It's like a curse that follows you everywhere. You do not want it. And this is me telling you, as a Nigerian that is suffering from that negative perception. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking here now. Once again, thank you all so much for your time. I will see you guys on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. For those of you that do not always see me here on Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah all the time, I have my second YouTube channel that is simply Glory Elijah, where I try to share videos and vlogs of other things. So if you're interested in seeing me elsewhere, I am over there. The channel is called Simply Glory Elijah. But don't forget, next week, Saturday, the conversation shifts to the Nigerian conversation. Fellow Nigerians, I would love to engage your minds. I would love to have a conversation with all of you. So please make it a date with us, 3 p.m. WAT. I look forward to seeing all of you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And yeah, thank you so much. Have a fantastic night's rest. Bye.